Hey friends, welcome. Welcome back to the channel. I am so excited you're here. Today, we're diving into something really special, your twin flame path. It's going to be a sleep reading, so whenever you're watching this, it's exactly when you're meant to see it. I've created a safe and cozy space for us to explore this together. In this reading, we're going to uncover hidden aspects of your twin flame journey, offering guidance and clarity as you navigate this intense connection. We'll look at where you are now, what's coming up, and how to best align with your highest potential together. It will probably be quite multidimensional, so feel free to check more than one pile. So for our piles today, we have these beautiful crystals to guide us. First up, we have this gorgeous carnelian tree representing awakening desires. This pile is all about embracing that fiery passion and creative spark in your twin flame connection. Next, we have this grounding labradorite raw crystal, all about finding stability within the intense energies. Then we have this clear quartz butterfly for transformative resonance and navigating those big shifts with understanding and harmony. And finally, we have this black obsidian point for shadow work integration, clearing away any hidden fears that might be blocking your path. They're all so beautiful. So take a deep breath, close your eyes if you want, and just feel which crystal you're most drawn to. There's no pressure at all, and it's totally okay to check out multiple piles if you feel called to do so. Now, let's take a moment to make a wish for clarity and guidance on your twin flame journey. Trust your intuition in choosing, and remember that whatever resonates is meant for you. Okay, hey there, everyone. Welcome to your reading. If you were drawn to this gorgeous carnelian tree, oh my gosh, this is all about illuminating your path forward. Carnelian is so good for sparking that fire within you, igniting your passion, and helping you take aligned action. Which is perfect, because this reading is all about awakening those desires and embracing the fiery passion that really ignites your twin flame connection and how to move forward. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so right off the bat, we have the Hierophant, the Four of Pentacles, and the Page of Cups. Okay. So immediately, I'm seeing a theme here of, tradition versus, new emotional expression. The Hierophant is all about, established systems, beliefs, and institutions, right? But then you've got the Page of Cups, which is, totally open to, new feelings and creativity. And then the Four of Pentacles is kind of in the middle, holding on tight to what you have, maybe a little scared of change. So, I feel like this is about, maybe questioning some of the beliefs you have around your twin flame connection, especially around security and what's supposed to happen. Are you holding onto outdated ideas or societal expectations that are actually blocking you from experiencing the full potential of this connection? Are you maybe prioritizing security over emotional fulfillment? The carnelian energy is definitely urging you to break free from those limitations and really embrace the passion and creativity that the Page of Cups is offering. To really get that fire going. This isn't about throwing everything away, but about reevaluating what's really important to you and what truly aligns with your soul's desires. We are going to start by diving deep into each of these cards. We're gonna start with the Hierophant. Okay, so the Hierophant. Oh man, this card. It's so interesting because it can mean so many things. On the one hand, it represents tradition, institutions, organized religion, spirituality, all that stuff, right? It's about learning from established sources, following the rules, adhering to, conventional wisdom, doing what's expected of you. I feel like for some of you, this could be about, literally your religious or spiritual beliefs. Maybe you were raised in a certain faith or tradition that has certain ideas about relationships, or about love, or about, what's acceptable and what's not. And maybe those ideas are, clashing with your feelings about your twin flame. Maybe you were taught that, marriage is the ultimate goal, or that, you should only be with someone who shares your background or your beliefs. And maybe your twin flame doesn't fit into that mold. And so you're, struggling to reconcile your feelings with what you think you should be doing. Or maybe you are feeling some pressure from your family or your community to, conform to certain expectations. Maybe they don't understand your connection with your twin flame, or maybe they disapprove of it for some reason. And so you're feeling, torn between honoring your own truth and pleasing the people you care about. But the Hierophant can also represent, broader societal expectations and norms, right? The idea that you should be in a certain type of relationship, or that you should be at a certain stage in your life by now. Maybe you feel like you should be married with kids, or that you should have a stable career, or that you should be living in a certain place. And maybe your twin flame connection is throwing all of that into chaos. Maybe it's challenging your ideas about what's normal or what's successful. I'm also feeling for some of you it could be about feeling pressure to remain with your current partner. Maybe you have been with them for a long time. Maybe you're married, you have kids, you've built a life together. But you have this pull towards your twin flame that's undeniable. You might feel an obligation to stay where you are, even if it's not truly fulfilling. And that makes it extra difficult to then embrace the fiery passion of the carnelian. Because the carnelian wants you to move, to act in alignment with your soul. It is difficult to move forward with the fire of aligned action when other people are involved. So, maybe the Hierophant here is like a calling to not abandon your responsibilities, but to find ways to bring your responsibilities to your twin flame journey, to illuminate what must be. But here's the thing. The Hierophant isn't necessarily a bad card. It can represent wisdom, guidance, and structure, right? like learning from the past and building on a solid foundation. But it can also become like rigid, dogmatic, and outdated. Like it can hold you back from embracing new possibilities and exploring your own truth. And I feel like that's what's happening for some of you here. You're so focused on following the rules and doing what's expected of you that you're, like, ignoring your own intuition and your own heart. You might be ignoring what your heart is telling you. Like, maybe you're afraid of what other people will think if you break free from those expectations. Or maybe you're just so used to doing things a certain way that you can't even imagine doing them differently. But the carnelian is whispering to you, like, wake up. There's so much more to life than following the rules. The fiery energy of the carnelian wants you to, like, question everything, to challenge the status quo, to find your own path, even if it's not the one that everyone else expects you to take. It is also saying it is okay to let it burn. It is okay for those structures and expectations to burn. The fire is not inherently destructive, it can be purifying. And that's where the other two cards come in, right? Because the Four of Pentacles is all about security and stability, about holding on to what you have. And the Page of Cups is all about new emotions, creativity, and intuition, about opening yourself up to new possibilities. So, like, the message here is, it's okay to question the rules. It's okay to challenge the status quo. It's okay to break free from expectations that don't align with your soul's desires. But you also need to be mindful of your need for security and stability. And you need to be open to new emotions and new possibilities. You need to find a balance between honoring the past and embracing the future. This twin flame connection is not going to follow the status quo, so how do we get you ready for it? How do we ignite your passion for the unconventional? I'm getting the sense that for some of you, the Hierophant is showing up because you're, like, stuck in your head. You're overthinking things, you're analyzing everything to death, and you're not allowing yourself to just feel what's happening. You are not allowing yourself to feel the fiery passion. You're trying to make sense of your twin flame connection in a logical, rational way, but it's just not working. Because twin flame connections are not logical. They're not rational. They're based on, like, soul-level recognition and unconditional love. And that's something that you can't understand with your mind. You can only understand with your heart. The more you try to rationalize it, the more frustrated you're going to become. Because twin flame connections are meant to challenge your beliefs. They're meant to push you outside of your comfort zone. They're meant to help you grow and evolve. So, like, the Hierophant is asking you to step out of your head and into your heart, to stop trying to control everything and just allow yourself to surrender to the experience, to trust that the universe knows what it's doing, even if you don't. You have to trust the fire of the carnelian to show you the right path. Trust that fire to burn away what must be burned. And, like, I know that can be scary, especially if you're someone who values control and stability. But the truth is, you can't control everything. And the more you try to, the more miserable you're going to be. The twin flame journey is all about letting go of control and surrendering to the divine plan. It is about allowing that fire to take you where you need to go. So, yeah, the Hierophant is a big card here. It's asking you to question your beliefs, to challenge the status quo, and to break free from expectations that don't align with your soul's desires, to reconnect with what is supposed to be. It's not about throwing everything away, but about reevaluating what's really important to you and what truly aligns with your soul's purpose. And it's about being willing to step outside of your comfort zone and embrace new possibilities, even if they're scary, and allowing yourself to embrace the fire. Okay, so now let's move on to the Four of Pentacles. Oh, this card. This card can be like a tricky one, because on the surface, it seems like it's all about security and stability. But underneath, it's often about fear and control. Like, the person in this card is clinging to their possessions, holding on tight to what they have. They're afraid of losing something, afraid of scarcity, afraid of not having enough. And so they're trying to control everything, to keep everything in its place. And I feel like this is so relevant to the twin flame journey because, twin flame connections can be so intense and so transformative. They can bring up all of your deepest fears and insecurities. And so it's natural to want to, hold on tight, to try to control the situation, to make sure that you don't lose anything, especially if you've been hurt in the past, or if you have a history of abandonment or rejection. You don't want to let that fire get too hot. Maybe you're afraid of being vulnerable, afraid of opening yourself up to your twin flame because you're afraid of getting hurt. Or maybe you're afraid of losing your independence, afraid of becoming too dependent on your twin flame. Or maybe you're afraid of the intensity of the connection itself, afraid of what it might mean for your life. And that fiery passion can be scary. And so you're, trying to control the situation, to keep your distance, to protect yourself. You are building a safe zone around yourself, and you're trying to keep your twin flame out. Which, I get it. It's a natural reaction. But the problem is, the more you try to control things, the more you're actually blocking yourself from experiencing the full potential of the connection. You're creating a barrier between yourself and your twin flame, and you're preventing yourselves from growing and evolving together. You are dimming your own fire. You're trying to contain it, to put a lid on it, when really, the carnelian is begging you to let it burn freely. So, the Four of Pentacles is asking you to examine your fears, to ask yourself what you're really afraid of losing, and to realize that, true security doesn't come from holding on tight. It comes from letting go and trusting the universe. I feel like for some of you, this could be about, literally your finances. Maybe you're worried about money or about your job, or about your living situation. And so you're like clinging to what you have, afraid of taking any risks, or afraid to leave your current situation. You might be afraid of how the twin flame journey will impact your money. But the Four of Pentacles is reminding you that, like true abundance, comes from within. It comes from your mindset, your beliefs, and your connection to the divine. The more you focus on scarcity and lack, the more scarcity and lack you're going to attract. You're putting out a fire, in a way. But the more you focus on abundance and gratitude, the more abundance and gratitude you're going to experience. The Carnelian wants to remind you that you are worthy of abundance, that you deserve to have everything you need and desire, and that the universe is always conspiring to support you. You just have to be open to receiving it. You must be open to receiving the fire, open to receiving abundance. And I feel like for others of you, this could be more about your emotions. Like, maybe you're afraid of being vulnerable, afraid of opening yourself up to your twin flame because you're afraid of getting hurt. And that is understandable. But you can't let fear win. You have to allow your vulnerability to be a gift, to be a point of connection with your twin flame. It can be a point where your fires meet and combine. The Four of Pentacles is asking you to let go of your walls, to tear down the barriers that you've built around your heart, to allow yourself to be seen, to be heard, to be loved for who you truly are. Even if it's scary, even if it feels risky, because that's the only way you're going to experience true intimacy and connection with your twin flame. I'm getting the sense that for some of you, the Four of Pentacles is showing up because you're, like, holding onto the past. You're clinging to old hurts, old resentments, old stories that are keeping you stuck. You are clinging to the past instead of allowing that fire to illuminate what the future could hold. Like, maybe you're still angry at your twin flame for something they did in the past. Or maybe you're still holding onto the pain of a previous relationship. Or maybe you're just stuck in a pattern of negativity and self-doubt. Whatever it is, the Four of Pentacles is reminding you that you can't move forward if you're still looking backward. You have to forgive yourself, forgive your twin flame, and forgive the past. You have to release the baggage that you're carrying and create space for new experiences and new possibilities. You have to let that old baggage burn away. The Carnelian is like, enough. It's time to let go. It's time to move on. It's time to embrace the present moment and create a new future for yourself. But the future will not be the same if you're still dragging the past behind you. It is time to burn away what you don't need. So, yeah, the Four of Pentacles is a powerful card here. It's asking you to examine your fears, to let go of control, and to release the past. It's about realizing that true security comes from within, and that the universe is always supporting you. It's about being open to vulnerability, intimacy, and connection. And it's about trusting that you are worthy of love and abundance. It is also about trusting that you are worthy of that inner fire. Okay, and that brings us to the Page of Cups. Ah, this card is so sweet and innocent and full of potential. This is a fresh card, a card of new beginnings. The Page of Cups is all about new emotions, intuition, creativity, and imagination. It's about opening yourself up to new experiences and embracing the unknown. It's about following your heart and trusting your gut. The Page of Cups is like a gentle invitation from the universe to explore your feelings and express your creativity. It is a reminder that the world is full of wonder and possibility, and that you have the power to create your own reality. And I feel like this is so important in the context of the twin flame journey, because, like, twin flame connections are all about emotional growth and spiritual awakening, right? It's about learning to love unconditionally, to forgive deeply, and to embrace your true self. It's about opening yourself up to new levels of intimacy and connection. It is not just a physical connection, but an emotional connection, a spiritual connection, a soul connection. It is the fire that connects your souls. And the Page of Cups is like, yes, this is what it's all about. This is what you're here to do. But it can be tough, you know. It can be scary to open yourself up to new emotions, especially if you've been hurt in the past. It can be scary to trust your intuition, especially if you've been taught to rely on logic and reason. It can be scary to express your creativity, especially if you're afraid of being judged or criticized. But the Page of Cups is reminding you that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to be yourself. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be a beginner, because that's how you learn and grow. That's how you evolve. And that's how you create a life that's full of joy, meaning, and purpose. So, embrace that fire. I feel like for some of you, the Page of Cups is showing up because you're, like, suppressing your emotions. You're afraid of feeling too deeply, afraid of getting overwhelmed, afraid of losing control. And that is understandable. We cannot let the fire burn out of control. We want a controlled burn, not a forest fire. But the Page of Cups is reminding you that emotions are not something to be feared. They're something to be embraced. They're a source of wisdom, guidance, and creativity. They're a way to connect with yourself and with others. It's okay to feel sad, angry, or scared. It's okay to cry, to scream, or to dance. It's okay to express yourself in whatever way feels authentic to you. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable with your twin flame. Let them see your true colors. Let them see your fire. The carnelian is urging you to allow yourself to feel the full range of human emotions without judgment or resistance. To allow yourself to be present with your feelings and to learn from them. This journey will not always be easy. Your emotions will be tested. But the Page of Cups reminds us to meet those emotions head on instead of suppressing them. And I feel like for others of you, the Page of Cups is showing up because you're, like, ignoring your intuition. You're not listening to your gut feelings. You're not trusting your inner guidance. You're letting your head make all the decisions instead of your heart. Like, maybe you have a strong feeling that you should do something, but you're talking yourself out of it because it doesn't make sense logically. Or maybe you're ignoring red flags in a relationship because you don't want to admit that something's wrong. Or maybe you're just so busy and distracted that you don't even have time to connect with your inner voice. But the Page of Cups is reminding you that your intuition is a powerful tool. It's a direct line to your higher self, to your soul's purpose. It's always guiding you in the right direction, even when you can't see it. So, learn to trust it. Learn to listen to it. Learn to follow it. And let that fire guide you. Let it burn away the fog so you can see what your intuition is telling you. The carnelian wants you to cultivate a deeper connection with your intuition, to practice listening to your gut feelings and trusting your inner guidance, to create space in your life for quiet reflection and contemplation. I feel like for some of you, this could be about, literally your creativity. Like, maybe you're an artist, a musician, a writer, or some other kind of creative person, and you've been neglecting your creative side because you're too busy with other things. Or maybe you're not a creative person in the traditional sense, but you have a longing to express yourself in some way. Like maybe you want to start a blog, learn to play an instrument, or take a dance class. Whatever it is, the Page of Cups is encouraging you to explore your creativity, to express yourself authentically, to share your gifts with the world. Your gifts will bring that fire to others. Your gifts will ignite their passion. The carnelian is urging you to embrace your inner child, to play, to have fun, to experiment, to create, to let go of perfectionism and judgment and just allow yourself to be free, to embrace the fire that comes with creativity. It can be such a powerful source of healing and joy. So, yeah, the Page of Cups is a beautiful card here. It's asking you to open yourself up to new emotions, to trust your intuition, and to express your creativity. It's about embracing the unknown and following your heart. It's about being vulnerable, authentic, and true to yourself. It is about embracing the twin flame journey, even when it's scary or challenging. It's about trusting that you are loved, supported, and guided every step of the way. And it's about knowing that you have the power to create a life that's full of joy, meaning, and purpose. That fire will continue to burn as long as you allow it to. Okay, so, to wrap it all up, we've got the Hierophant, the Four of Pentacles, and the Page of Cups. And the message here is, it's time to break free from outdated beliefs and expectations that are holding you back from experiencing the full potential of your twin flame connection. It's time to let go of fear and control and trust that the universe is always supporting you. It's time to open yourself up to new emotions, to trust your intuition, and to express your creativity. It's about finding a balance between honoring the past and embracing the future. It's about being willing to step outside of your comfort zone and embrace new possibilities, even if they're scary. It's about connecting with your inner child and allowing yourself to be playful, curious, and creative. And it's about trusting that you are worthy of love, abundance, and joy. The carnelian is like, yes, you've got this. You're ready to step into your power and create the life of your dreams. So go out there and shine your light. Let your fire burn brightly. I am so excited for you. It is all coming together. Keep watching to find out more. Okay, and now we have the moon. Oh, wow, okay. This is interesting, especially after those other cards, right? Like, the Hierophant was all about, like, what we think we know, the rules and structures. And then the Four of Pentacles was about holding on tight, maybe out of fear. And then the Page of Cups was that little spark of, like, new feelings and intuition. But the moon is like throwing a veil over everything. It's like, are things really as they seem? You know, like, are you really seeing the whole picture here? Or are there hidden things at play? And I feel like that carnelian energy, that illuminating energy, is like really needed right now, because the moon can make things feel really murky. Like you might be feeling confused, uncertain, maybe even a little anxious about this connection. Like, what's really going on here? What am I missing? Is my intuition right? Or am I just, like, imagining things? It's almost like the moon is amplifying that Page of Cups energy, but in a way that's, like, a little unsettling. Like, instead of just feeling open to new possibilities, you're feeling, like, overwhelmed by them. There are so many possibilities. There are too many possibilities. Like, you don't know which way to turn. You're feeling lost in the dark, you know. But the thing about the moon is, it's not necessarily a bad card. It's just a call to go deeper, to trust your intuition, even when things don't make sense, to explore your subconscious and uncover hidden truths. It can also be that there is some deception in the mix here from one or both sides. So, how do we navigate this moon energy? What do we need to know? This twin flame journey is not going to be easy, but this moon is adding so much potential unknown, and it can be a scary place. Okay, so let's dive deeper into this whole illusion versus reality thing, because I think that's really key with the moon. Like, it's not just about, like, things not being as they seem on the surface, but also about, like, your own perceptions and beliefs. Like, what are you projecting onto this connection? What are you assuming is true without really knowing for sure? Are you seeing your twin flame clearly? Or are you seeing them through a filter of your own hopes, fears, and expectations? You know, like, maybe you're idealizing them in some way. Maybe you're focusing on their good qualities and ignoring their flaws. Or maybe you're doing the opposite, focusing on their flaws and ignoring their good qualities. Like maybe you have a certain idea of what your twin flame should be like, and you're disappointed when they don't live up to that expectation. Like, maybe you think they should be more communicative, more affectionate, more committed, whatever it is. And so you're, like, constantly judging them and criticizing them, instead of just accepting them for who they are. And, like, that's where the Hierophant comes back in, right? Because the Hierophant is all about those expectations, those societal norms, those ideas of what's supposed to happen? And the moon is like, but is that really true? Is that really what you want? Or are you just following a script that someone else wrote for you? The moon wants to know. The moon is a spotlight and a magnifying glass. The moon is like, you might be seeing what you want to see, or what you're afraid of seeing, instead of what's actually there. And that can be really confusing, because it's like, how do you know what's real and what's not? How do you know who to trust? How do you know what to believe? And that Four of Pentacles energy, that need for security and control, can really kick in here, because you're like, I just want to know what's going on. I want to be in control of this situation. I don't want to be blindsided. And so you might start like digging for information, trying to uncover secrets, trying to figure out what your twin flame is really thinking and feeling. Or maybe you'll do the opposite and withdraw, build up those walls even higher, because you don't want to get hurt. You don't want to be vulnerable. You don't want to face the truth. And the scariest thing of all is that one of you might be purposefully deceiving the other. Like, I don't mean to scare you, but the moon can mean that. But the thing is, the more you resist the uncertainty, the more power it has over you. The more you try to control the situation, the more out of control you feel. Because the moon is all about surrendering to the unknown. It's about trusting that even when you can't see the path forward, there's still a path. And that you're being guided, even when you don't know where you're going. But that can be hard to do. It can be really hard to let go of that need for control and just trust the process. Especially when you've been hurt in the past, or when you have a history of trauma or abandonment. It is hard to just let go. It can feel like you're jumping off a cliff into the darkness. But the thing is, sometimes you have to jump. Sometimes you have to take that leap of faith, because that's the only way you're going to get to the other side. And the carnelian is like, yes, be brave, take the leap, I'll light the way. The fire is there to guide you, even in the darkness. It's not about being reckless or irresponsible, but about being willing to take risks, to step outside of your comfort zone, to embrace the unknown. It's about trusting that you have the strength and resilience to handle whatever comes your way. And it's about remembering that you're not alone, that you have the universe on your side, and that your twin flame is on your side, even if it doesn't always feel like it. But it might not be the universe on your side. That's where the tough questions begin. They might be leading you down a dark alleyway. The moon isn't always your friend. Maybe they are not as evolved as you, and you need to see through their illusion. Or maybe they are not your twin flame at all. It could be something else entirely. That little page of cups is still there, though, right? That little spark of intuition, that little voice that's whispering to you, something's not quite right here. And the moon is amplifying that voice, making it louder, harder to ignore. And the carnelian wants you to listen to that voice, to trust your gut, to pay attention to your dreams, your synchronicities, your feelings, because those are all clues guiding you towards the truth. The clues will come. But how can you be sure? How can you see through the illusion? How do you know what's real and what's not? So, let's talk more about trusting your intuition, because that's really key when the moon shows up. Like, your intuition is your inner compass, your inner guidance system. It's that feeling in your gut that tells you whether something is right or wrong, whether someone is trustworthy or not, whether you're on the right path or not. And everyone has intuition. Some of you are good at listening to it, and some of you ignore it. It's not some woo-woo mystical thing that only certain people have. It's a natural human ability. But the thing is, most of us are taught to ignore our intuition. We're taught to rely on logic and reason, to trust our heads instead of our hearts. We're taught to doubt ourselves, to second-guess our feelings, to listen to other people's opinions instead of our own. Because, society tells us that feelings are not reliable. Emotions are messy. We need to stay in control. We can't be led astray. But the truth is, your intuition is often much smarter than your head. It has access to information that your conscious mind doesn't even know about. It can pick up on subtle cues, body language, energy vibrations that you're not even aware of. And the moon is whispering in your ear, telling you to listen to that inner voice. You're going to need it. And that's especially important in twin flame connections, because these connections are so intense and so emotional. They can trigger all of your deepest fears and insecurities. And so it's easy to get caught up in your head, to overthink things, to analyze everything to death. But the thing is, you can't figure out a twin flame connection with your head. You have to feel it with your heart. You have to trust your intuition. You have to surrender to the process. And the carnelian is like, yes, trust your fire, trust your passion, trust your gut. Because your fire, your passion, your gut, they're all connected. They're all part of your inner guidance system. They're all leading you towards your truth. The carnelian illuminates the path, and your intuition guides your feet. But how do you learn to trust your intuition? How do you distinguish between your intuition and your fears? How do you know if you're really hearing your inner voice, or if you're just projecting your own desires and anxieties onto the situation? Well, one way is to practice mindfulness, to take time each day to quiet your mind, to connect with your breath, to tune into your body, to notice your thoughts and feelings without judgment, to just be present in the moment without trying to fix anything or change anything. And when you do that, you create space for your intuition to speak to you. You create space for your inner voice to be heard. You might try meditating or journaling or spending time in nature. Or you might just sit quietly with a cup of tea and listen to the silence. The point is to create a habit of checking in with yourself, of paying attention to your inner world. The more you do that, the easier it will be to recognize the voice of your intuition. It really is like exercising a muscle. And another way to trust your intuition is to pay attention to your dreams. Because your dreams are a direct line to your subconscious mind. They're a way for your inner self to communicate with you, to give you messages, to offer you guidance. The moon is tied so deeply with our dreams because dreams are one way we get to know the shadows. The light that shines in your dreams can give you clues, can unlock parts of yourself. So, keep a dream journal. Write down your dreams as soon as you wake up, before you forget them. Pay attention to the symbols, the emotions, the people, the places that show up in your dreams. What are they trying to tell you? What are they trying to show you? I would really, really, really encourage you to listen to your dreams. What do they tell you about your twin flame? What do they tell you about your future? Do you often have the same dream? Do you often dream of the same person? What are they telling you? Dreams are a doorway to your intuition. And talk to your dreams. Ask them questions before you go to sleep. Ask them to show you the truth about your twin flame connection. Ask them to guide you on your path. And then pay attention to what happens when you dream. What answers do you receive? What insights do you gain? Dreams are often weird, so it may be hard to understand your dreams. But that's why you should be writing them down and looking for patterns. Maybe you keep dreaming of a house. What does the house mean? Is it the same house every time? Is the condition of the house the same? All of that can be symbolic of where you're at on this journey. It could even be symbolic of your twin flame and where they're at. Also, pay attention to synchronicities. Synchronicities are meaningful coincidences, signs from the universe that you're on the right path. They're like little winks from the divine, letting you know that you're being guided and supported. So, if you keep seeing the same numbers, the same symbols, the same animals, pay attention. What do they mean to you? What are they trying to tell you? Maybe you keep seeing the number 1111, which is often a sign of twin flame connection. Or maybe you keep seeing a certain animal, like a butterfly, which is a symbol of transformation. Or maybe you keep hearing the same song on the radio, which has a special meaning for you and your twin flame. Whatever it is, pay attention. Because those synchronicities are not random. They're messages from the universe, guiding you towards your truth. It can also be a song that speaks to how you're feeling. It could be a billboard that has something that reminds you of them. Those are synchronicities. But most of all, trust your feelings. Your feelings are your truth. They're your inner guidance system. They're telling you what you need to know. So don't ignore them. Don't suppress them. Don't judge them. Feel them. Embrace them. Learn from them. Because your feelings are your greatest ally on this journey. And the carnelian is like, yes, feel the fire. Let it burn. Let it guide you. But what if your feelings are confusing? What if you're feeling conflicting emotions? What if you're feeling scared, anxious, or uncertain? How do you trust your feelings when they're all over the place? Okay, so let's talk about shadow work, because that's another really important aspect of the moon. Shadow work is the process of exploring your dark side, your hidden fears, your repressed emotions, your unconscious patterns. It's about facing the parts of yourself that you don't like, that you're ashamed of, that you're afraid of. It's about bringing those parts of yourself into the light so you can heal them and integrate them. Shadow work can be really scary and uncomfortable. It's not easy to look at your own darkness. It's not easy to admit your flaws and your mistakes. It's not easy to face your demons. The shadows are there for a reason. It can be very scary to face them. But the thing is, you can't truly love yourself. You can't truly love your twin flame until you've embraced your shadow side. Because your shadow side is part of you. It's not something to be rejected or suppressed. It's something to be understood and accepted. Your shadow side is where your hidden gifts and talents are buried. It's where your deepest fears and insecurities are hiding. It's where your unconscious patterns are playing out. It's also your trauma. It is everything bad that you have ever experienced. Until you've explored your shadow side, you're only living half a life. You're only expressing half of your potential. You're only experiencing half of the love and joy that's available to you. And that's especially important in twin flame connections, because these connections are all about healing and growth. They're about challenging you to become the best version of yourself. They're about bringing your shadow side into the light so you can heal it and integrate it. Your twin flame is your mirror. They reflect back to you all of your strengths and weaknesses, all of your light and your darkness. They trigger your deepest fears and insecurities. They push you to your limits, but they also love you unconditionally. They accept you for who you are, flaws and all. But remember, you aren't a victim. You have the power to say, I see you. I'm in control now. I understand why you are here, but you can go. It is not easy, but so important. The moon shines light on all that is hidden, and shadow work is the process of shining light on your own hidden darkness. The moon can be very, very helpful for this, but also very, very challenging. So, how do you do shadow work? How do you explore your dark side? Well, one way is to journal. Write about your fears, your insecurities, your regrets, your traumas. Write about the parts of yourself that you don't like. Write about the things that you're ashamed of. Write about the things that you're afraid of. Don't judge yourself. Don't censor yourself. Just write whatever comes to mind. And then look for patterns. What are the recurring themes in your writing? What are the underlying beliefs that are driving your behavior? What are the triggers that set you off? You can also ask yourself questions. What are you most afraid of? What are you most ashamed of? What are you most insecure about? What are your biggest regrets? What are your biggest traumas? What are the parts of yourself that you're hiding from the world? Be honest with yourself. Don't try to sugarcoat anything. Don't try to minimize your pain. Just acknowledge your truth. And then explore those questions. Dig deeper. Ask yourself why you feel the way you do. Ask yourself where those feelings came from. Ask yourself what you can do to heal them. You are so strong, and the shadow is only getting in the way. You'll never be free until you find the shadows. You can also work with a therapist or a counselor. A therapist can help you explore your shadow side in a safe and supportive environment. They can help you identify your unconscious patterns and beliefs. They can help you process your traumas and heal your wounds. And they can help you develop coping mechanisms for dealing with your difficult emotions. Shadow work is not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing process. It's something that you have to do every day for the rest of your life. It's about being willing to look at your own darkness, to accept your own flaws, to love yourself unconditionally, because that's the only way you're going to truly shine your light. And the carnelian is like, yes, shine your light. Let your fire burn. Let it illuminate the darkness. But how do you know if you're doing shadow work right? How do you know if you're really making progress? How do you know if you're not just getting lost in your own darkness? What if the shadow is someone else's shadow? Maybe your shadows have gotten intertwined with your twin flame. So, let's talk about cycles and phases, because that's another really important aspect of the moon. The moon is all about cycles. It's about the waxing and waning of the moon, the ebb and flow of the tides, the changing of the seasons. It's about the cyclical nature of life. And that's especially important in twin flame connections, because these connections are not linear. They're not a straight line from point A to point B. They're more like a spiral. You go through the same lessons over and over again, but each time you go through them, you go a little deeper. You learn a little more. You grow a little more. There are times when you feel really close to your twin flame, when you feel like you're on the same page, when you feel like everything is flowing smoothly. And then there are times when you feel really distant from your twin flame, when you feel like you're on different planets, when you feel like everything is falling apart. And that's normal. That's part of the process. Twin flame connections are not meant to be easy. They're meant to challenge you, to push you, to help you grow. They're meant to bring up all of your old wounds so you can heal them. They're meant to help you release all of your old patterns so you can create new ones. And they're meant to help you become the best version of yourself. But the biggest thing you need to do is be honest with yourself, because that is the only way to proceed. It's very easy to lie to yourself, but the moon is going to call you out on it every single time. So, it is time to make a decision. Will you choose to be honest, or will you choose to live in the shadows? The choice is yours. And the carnelian is like, yes, choose honesty, choose truth, choose love. But what if you don't know what to do? What if you're feeling lost and confused? What if you're feeling like you're going in circles? How do you break free from the cycles? How do you move forward on your journey? What happens if your twin flame isn't honest? What happens if the entire basis of the relationship is built on lies? That could be something you have to consider. So, with all this in mind, let's see how this moon energy really plays into moving forward into aligned action. Okay, wow. So with all that's swirling around, with the Hierophant and those rules, and then the Four of Pentacles holding on, and that little spark of the Page of Cups, and then the moon just totally obscuring everything. Okay, so now we pull Temperance. Temperance, wow. Okay, so after all that uncertainty, certainty after all that, illusion and potential deception. After all that shadow work we were just talking about. Temperance is like a breath of fresh air, you know. It's like, okay, maybe things aren't so crazy after all. Maybe there's a way to find some balance here. Maybe there's a way to, integrate all these different energies and make something beautiful out of them. Temperance is like alchemy, you know. It's like taking two different substances and mixing them together to create something new, something better. It's about finding that perfect balance, that perfect harmony. It is about bringing together what once seemed so opposite and creating a beautiful union. Immediately, I'm feeling like this is about finding Hey there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here. If you chose the labradorite rock crystal, known for its grounding properties, this is your reading. The reading theme, Ethereal Anchors, is all about finding stability within the intense energies of your twin flame journey, solidifying your inner foundation for a balanced union. Let's see what the cards have to say. All right, so we have the Six of Swords, the Nine of Swords, and the Judgment card. Whoa, okay, that's a lot right there. But I am definitely feeling that grounding energy coming through because, wow, this could feel like a lot without the grounding, right? Okay, so let's just dive right in. First up, we have the Six of Swords. Now, generally, the Six of Swords represents moving away from a difficult situation, leaving troubled waters behind. It's about transition, journeys, and finding calmer seas. It is like you are literally sailing away from something. It is leaving something behind. But here's the thing, it's not always a happy escape, you know. It can often be a necessary one. Like you have to leave for your own well-being, even if it's sad, even if it feels like you're leaving a part of yourself behind. It's like, okay, I need to do this, you know? So, with the twin flame journey in mind, this could mean you're physically separating from your twin flame, or maybe you're creating some distance, some much needed space between you two. It could be that you are detaching emotionally. You might be realizing that the current dynamic just isn't working, and you need to prioritize yourself, even if that hurts. And you know what? It probably will hurt. It is probably going to sting a little bit, or maybe a lot. It is going to hurt because leaving is never easy. Change is never easy, even when it's good for us, right? But let's think about the imagery of the card itself, you know. There's usually a boat, water, people traveling. It's like a visual representation of moving from one state of being to another. So, perhaps you're shifting your perspective, changing your beliefs about the relationship, or even just recognizing unhealthy patterns. And recognizing those unhealthy patterns, whoa, that can be huge, right? That can be really big. It can be scary too. But you know, acknowledging that something needs to change is the first step. Maybe you've been holding on to hope that things will magically get better. But the Six of Swords is saying, okay, it's time to be realistic. It's time to take action. You know, it's time to do something about it. This isn't about giving up on your twin flame connection entirely, necessarily. But it is about acknowledging that the way things have been just can't continue. It is unsustainable. It's like the boat is leaving one shore and heading toward another. You're still on a journey, but the destination is changing. And that's okay. Maybe you are realizing that your twin flame is not ready or willing to do the work required for a healthy relationship. And honestly, that is a tough pill to swallow. It's like, you know, you envision this beautiful union, this amazing connection, but you realize that one or both of you is just not equipped to handle it right now. And that's okay. It is all right. It is part of the journey. So, the Six of Swords says, it's okay to release what isn't serving you. It's okay to protect your energy and move towards something that feels more aligned with your highest good. I feel like that's where that Labradorite is coming in for you. It's that grounding force, right? Because making these hard decisions, it can feel so ungrounding, like you're floating in the middle of the ocean with no land in sight. The Labradorite is there to remind you that you have an inner compass, an inner anchor, you know. It is going to keep you steady through the storm. And I think that's really important here, because the twin flame journey is so often romanticized, right? People talk about the intense love, the instant connection, the feeling of finding your other half, your perfect match, your soulmate. But what they don't always talk about is the hard stuff, the shadow work, the triggers, the painful separations. It is not always sunshine and roses, right? It can be messy and complicated and heartbreaking. So, the Six of Swords is like a reality check. It's saying, okay, this is real life. This is a real relationship with real challenges. And you have to make choices that are right for you. So true. Maybe you've been putting your twin flame's needs above your own, sacrificing your happiness and well-being in the name of this connection. The Six of Swords is urging you to reclaim your power, to set boundaries, and to say, enough is enough. To say, I deserve to be happy too. And you know what? You absolutely do. You completely deserve that. This card can also represent a literal journey, like a physical move to a new location, or a trip that helps you gain perspective. Maybe you need to get away, clear your head, and see things from a different angle. And maybe that trip is literally just like driving to the next town over. Or maybe it's a big move to a totally different state, or even country. Whatever it is something that is going to give you a sense of clarity, a sense of peace, a sense of moving forward. You know, like the change of scenery will do you good. Or maybe it's a journey inward, a spiritual quest to understand yourself better. Maybe you're diving deep into meditation, journaling, or therapy to process your emotions and gain clarity on your path. It could also mean a journey through grief, you know, mourning the loss of what you thought this connection would be, or the loss of the relationship as it once was. Grief is a journey too, and it's important to allow yourself to feel those emotions and to heal. So true. The Six of Swords is not necessarily a negative card, but it's not always a positive one either. It's neutral. It is a card of transition, of moving on, of leaving behind. It is about making a choice to prioritize your well-being, even when it's difficult. It is about recognizing that sometimes the best thing you can do for yourself and for the connection is to create space and distance. And in the context of a twin flame journey, that can be a really powerful message. It can be a message of self-love, of self-respect, of knowing your worth. Okay, but here's the thing. This isn't the end of the story, is it? Because we have the Nine of Swords right after, and that changes the whole dynamic. It's like you might be sailing away from the storm, but the the storm is still raging inside you. Oof, that's a heavy card, right? So, let's talk about the Nine of Swords. Oh my goodness, okay. This card is like the anxiety card, right? It represents worry, fear, sleepless nights, overwhelming stress, intrusive thoughts, all of that good stuff. It's the card that shows up when you're lying awake at 3 in the morning, replaying every mistake you've ever made and imagining all the worst case scenarios. It's not pretty, right? No, it is not a fun place to be. The imagery of the Nine of Swords is usually pretty intense, right? You see someone sitting up in bed, often with their head in their hands, surrounded by swords. It is a visual representation of being trapped by your own thoughts, suffocated by your own fears. And in the context of a twin flame journey, oh my gosh, this can be so relevant, right? So spot on. Maybe you're obsessing over the relationship, constantly wondering if you're doing the right thing, if your twin flame feels the same way, if you're ever going to be together. It's like your mind is a hamster wheel, constantly spinning with doubts and insecurities. It is going and going, and you can't get off. And it is exhausting. You know, it is so draining. Maybe you are replaying past hurts, analyzing every interaction with your twin flame, trying to figure out where things went wrong. You're picking apart every word, every action, every silence, searching for clues, searching for answers that may not even exist. It is like you are a detective trying to solve a mystery that has no solution. It is so frustrating. And the thing about the Nine of Swords is that the fears are often irrational, right? They're based on assumptions, insecurities, and past traumas, rather than on actual facts. But when you're in that state of anxiety, it's hard to see things clearly. It's like you're wearing a pair of distorted glasses that make everything look scary and overwhelming. It is really difficult to see clearly at that point. It can be really challenging. So, going back to the Six of Swords, you might have physically removed yourself from the situation. You might have created some distance between you and your twin flame, but your mind is still stuck in the drama. You are still replaying the arguments, the disappointments, the heartbreaks. You're like, okay, I left, but why do I feel so bad? Why am I still so worried? Why can't I sleep? You know, you are just still stuck in the cycle. This could also mean that you are carrying guilt or shame about the relationship. Maybe you feel like you made mistakes, said the wrong things, or didn't do enough to make it work. You're beating yourself up over the past, and that's contributing to your anxiety. You're replaying it over and over. It's the worst, honestly. It's the absolute worst. Or maybe you're afraid of the future. You're worried about being alone, about never finding love again, or about repeating the same patterns in future relationships. You're projecting your fears onto the future, and that's creating more anxiety. It's like you're convinced that things are going to go wrong, so you're already bracing yourself for the worst. And that's not a fun way to live, is it? No, not at all. The Nine of Swords can also represent nightmares, insomnia, and other sleep disturbances. Your subconscious is processing all of these anxieties and fears, and that's manifesting in your dreams. You might be having vivid, disturbing dreams that leave you feeling exhausted and drained. Or you might be tossing and turning all night, unable to find peace and rest. Sleep is so important. And when you're not getting it, it just makes everything worse. And you know what? The twin flame journey can be incredibly triggering, right? It can bring up all of your deepest wounds, your insecurities, your fears. It's like this person is a mirror reflecting back all of the parts of yourself that you've been trying to ignore or suppress. And that can be really painful. It can be really uncomfortable. It can be really scary. So maybe your twin flame triggered some deep-seated trauma. Or maybe the relationship brought up unresolved issues from your past. Whatever it is, the Nine of Swords is saying that these issues need to be addressed. They can't be ignored any longer. You have to face your fears and start healing. You have to start digging deep. But here's the tricky thing about the Nine of Swords. It can be a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The more you worry, the more you fear, the more you attract negative experiences into your life. It's like you're creating your own reality based on your anxieties. You're literally manifesting these things. So, how do you break free from this cycle? How do you quiet the racing thoughts and find some peace of mind? Well, the first step is awareness, right? Recognizing that you're in this state of anxiety and acknowledging that your fears are not necessarily based on reality. It's about being aware of what is happening. Then, it's about taking practical steps to manage your anxiety. That might involve things like meditation, deep breathing exercises, journaling, or talking to a therapist. It might involve setting boundaries, practicing self-care, or limiting your exposure to triggering situations. It might be going for a walk, or just getting out into nature. It's also important to challenge your negative thoughts, right? Ask yourself, is this thought really true? Is there any evidence to support it? Or am I just making assumptions based on my fears? Question your thoughts, And you know what? Sometimes the best thing you can do is just surrender. Accept that you can't control everything and trust that things will work out in the end. Release the need to know all the answers and just allow yourself to be present in the moment. It is about trusting the process, right? Trusting that things are going to be okay. But that's easier said than done, right? When you're in the grips of anxiety, surrendering can feel like the hardest thing in the world. It's like you're giving up control, and that can be really scary. But sometimes, that's exactly what you need to do. And going back to the Labradorite, this is where that grounding energy is so crucial, right? Because when you're feeling anxious and overwhelmed, it's easy to get lost in your thoughts and disconnected from your body. The Labradorite is there to help you come back to the present moment, to feel your feet on the ground, to connect with your breath. It's a reminder that you are safe, you are supported, and you are not alone. It It is about getting into your body, getting grounded, taking deep breaths, connecting with nature, doing things that make you feel safe and secure. Because when you're grounded, it's easier to manage your anxiety and to make rational decisions. You know. So the Nine of Swords is not a fun card, but it is a really important one. It's a wake-up call, urging you to address your fears and anxieties and to start healing. It's a reminder that you deserve to feel peace and joy, and that you have the power to create that in your life. It is within your grasp. You can do it. You just have to believe in yourself. Okay, so we've got the Six of Swords, moving away from a difficult situation, but still carrying the anxiety of the Nine of Swords. It's like you're trying to escape the storm, but the storm is still raging within you. But then, bam, we get the Judgment card. And that changes everything, doesn't it? That is a game changer right there. All right, so let's dive into the Judgment card. Oh wow, okay. This card is all about awakening, transformation, and reckoning. It is like the universe is giving you a wake-up call, urging you to step into your true potential and to live your life with purpose and authenticity. It's a major turning point. The imagery of the Judgment card is often pretty dramatic, right? You see angels blowing trumpets, people rising from their graves, and a general sense of rebirth and renewal. It's like a visual representation of a spiritual awakening, a major life review, a complete transformation. And in the context of a twin flame journey, oh my gosh, this can be so incredibly powerful, right? So meaningful. Maybe you've been stuck in old patterns, clinging to outdated beliefs, or ignoring your true calling. The Judgment card is saying, okay, it's time to let go of all of that. It's time to rise above the limitations and step into your authentic self. It is time to shine. Maybe you've been denying your twin flame connection, resisting the pull, or trying to force things to happen. The Judgment card is saying, okay, it's time to surrender to the journey. It's time to trust the process and allow things to unfold as they're meant to. It is time to trust the universe. Maybe you've been judging yourself harshly, beating yourself up over past mistakes, or feeling unworthy of love. The Judgment card is saying, okay, it's time to forgive yourself. It's time to release the guilt and shame and embrace your imperfections. It is time to be kind to yourself. The Judgment card is like a cosmic reset button, giving you the opportunity to start fresh, to rewrite your story, and to create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. It's a chance to break free from the limitations of the past and to step into a brighter future. And who doesn't want that, right? So, going back to the Six of Swords and the Nine of Swords, this Judgment card is like the culmination of that journey. You've moved away from the difficult situation. You've faced your fears and anxieties, and now you're ready to be reborn. You're ready to step into your power and to live your truth. Maybe the separation from your twin flame was necessary to trigger this awakening. Maybe the pain and anxiety you experienced were catalysts for growth and transformation. Maybe the entire journey was designed to lead you to this moment of reckoning. The Judgment card can also represent a major decision, a life-changing choice that will have a profound impact on your path. It's like you're being called to make a leap of faith, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to trust that the universe will catch you. Trust that you are going to be okay. Maybe you're being called to end a relationship, to start a new career, to move to a new location, or to pursue a long-held dream. Whatever it is, the Judgment card is urging you to follow your heart and to trust your intuition. Listen to that inner voice. This card can also represent a reunion, a reconciliation with your twin flame, or a deepening of the connection. It's like the universe is aligning things in your favor, bringing you back together at the right time, for the right reasons. It is meant to be. Maybe you've both done the work that's necessary to heal your wounds and to create a healthy, balanced relationship. Maybe you've both learned valuable lessons from the separation and are now ready to come back together with a renewed sense of commitment and understanding. But here's the thing about the Judgment card. It requires you to be honest with yourself, right? You can't just pretend that everything is okay or ignore the issues that need to be addressed. You have to be willing to look at your own shadow side, to acknowledge your mistakes, and to take responsibility for your actions. You have to be willing to do the work. And that can be scary, right? It can be uncomfortable to confront your own flaws and insecurities. It can be tempting to just sweep things under the rug and pretend that they don't exist. But the Judgment card is saying, okay, it's time to face the music. It's time to be real with yourself. It is about radical honesty, right? Being honest with yourself and with your twin flame. Being willing to have difficult conversations and to address the issues that are holding you back. Being willing to let go of the ego and to embrace vulnerability. So crucial. The Judgment card is also a reminder that you are not alone on this journey, right? You have the support of the universe, your spirit guides, and your own higher self. You are surrounded by love and guidance, and you are capable of anything you set your mind to. Believe in yourself. And going back to the Labradorite, this is where that grounding energy is so important, right? Because the Judgment card can be intense and overwhelming, especially if you're not prepared for it. It can feel like your entire world is being shaken up, and that can be disorienting. The Labradorite is there to help you stay centered, to stay grounded, and to trust that you are exactly where you need to be. It's a reminder that you are strong, you are resilient, and you are capable of navigating any challenge that comes your way. It is about staying connected to your intuition, right? Listening to your inner guidance and trusting that you know what's best for you. It's about staying present in the moment and not getting caught up in the drama of the past or the fears of the future. It's about living in the now. So, the Judgment card is not a card to be taken lightly, but it is an incredibly powerful and transformative one. It's a wake-up call, urging you to step into your true potential and to live your life with purpose and authenticity. It's a reminder that you are capable of anything you set your mind to, and that you are surrounded by love and guidance. You are supported. Okay, wow. So these three cards together, the Six of Swords, the Nine of Swords, and the Judgment card, tell a really powerful story, right? It's a story of moving away from a difficult situation, facing your fears and anxieties, and ultimately stepping into your true potential. It's a story of transformation, awakening, and rebirth. I am excited to see where this goes next for you. Okay, so, wow, we've got the Death card. Don't freak out. Okay, just breathe, because I know that card can be super scary for people, right? Like, when you see death, you immediately think, oh my gosh, something terrible is going to happen. But honestly, with the Judgment card right before it, this is actually amazing. Okay, it's not about physical death, okay? It's about transformation. It's about endings and new beginnings. Think of it as a shedding of the old to make way for the new. A phoenix rising from the ashes type of thing. You know, it's dramatic, but in a good way. So, yeah, the Death card. It's definitely one of those cards that can make you pause, right? It is not exactly the card you want to see pop up when you are asking about your love life. I know, I get it, you know. But truly, honestly, in tarot, death rarely means literal physical death. It almost always symbolizes an ending, a transformation, a letting go of something that no longer serves you. And in the context of your twin flame journey, with that Labradorite grounding you, with the Six of Swords showing you moving on, and with the Judgment card screaming, wake up call, it's actually incredibly powerful. So try not to panic, okay? This isn't about, doom and gloom. This is about necessary change, essential change. Think about it this way. You cannot build a new house on a shaky foundation, right? You gotta clear out the old, get rid of the rot, and start fresh. That's what this Death card is telling you. And honestly, given what we have already seen, that anxiety with the Nine of Swords, this might actually be a huge relief. Okay. Think about how much lighter you're going to feel when you release all that old baggage. And that is what we are talking about here. Releasing the baggage. It's when you're cleaning out your closet and you find clothes that you haven't worn in years. You are holding on to them for some reason. Maybe they were expensive. Maybe you loved them once. Maybe you think you will fit into them again someday, right? But they are just taking up space. And honestly, they are making you feel bad every time you see them. The Death card is like going through that closet and finally saying, okay, I need to get rid of this stuff. It is not serving me anymore. And yeah, it might be a little sad to say goodbye to those clothes, especially if they hold some memories. It's the same thing here. It might be sad to see some things go, but once you do it, you feel so much lighter, right? You have more space, more energy, and honestly, more clarity to see what you actually need and what actually makes you happy. That is what we are doing. We are clearing out the closet. So try to reframe your perspective, okay? Instead of seeing death as something scary and final, see it as a necessary step in your journey, a catalyst for growth and transformation. And I know it can be hard, right? Especially if you're someone who resists change or likes to be in control. But the universe is kind of nudging you here, saying, okay, it's time. It's time to let go and trust the process. So take a deep breath, connect with that Labradorite, and let's see what this transformation is all about. Okay, so let's really dive into this transformation piece, right? The Death card is all about endings, yes, but it is also very much about new beginnings. It is like one door closing and another one opening, except this isn't just any old door, right? This is like the door to a whole new dimension. Think about a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, you know. It has to completely dissolve into a chrysalis before it can transform. It is not like it just sprouts wings one day, right? It has to completely break down its old form to become something new and beautiful. That is what this Death card is about. You are dissolving the old, shedding the layers that no longer fit, and preparing to emerge as something even more amazing. It is an upgrade. This card is asking you, what needs to end in your life? What patterns, what beliefs, what relationships are holding you back from your true potential? What are you clinging to that is preventing you from moving forward? This is a huge opportunity to release all of that, to clear the slate, and to create space for something better. It is a fresh start. Maybe it is a relationship that is no longer serving you. And I am not just talking about your twin flame, right? It could be a friendship, a family dynamic, or even a work situation. Maybe it is a belief about yourself that is holding you back, like I am not good enough, or I do not deserve love. Or maybe it is a pattern of behavior that keeps you stuck in the same old cycles, like people pleasing or self-sabotage. The Death card is saying, okay, those things have to go. And it can be scary to let go of these things, right? Especially if they have been a part of your life for a long time. It is like, you know, letting go of a security blanket. Even if that blanket is tattered and torn, it is still familiar, and it still provides a sense of comfort. But the Death card is saying, okay, it is time to grow up. It is time to move on. You do not need that blanket anymore. Think about it. What if that caterpillar refused to dissolve into the chrysalis? It would just stay a caterpillar forever, crawling around on the ground, never experiencing the joy of flight, never seeing the world from a new perspective. That is what can happen if you resist the change that the Death card is bringing. You will stay stuck in the same old patterns, never realizing your full potential. But if you embrace the transformation, if you trust the process, you can emerge as something truly magnificent. The thing is, a lot of the time, we resist change because we are afraid of the unknown, right? We like the comfort of the familiar, even if it is not actually good for us. We would rather stay in a bad situation that we know than risk stepping into something new and unknown. But the Death card is a reminder that the unknown is not something to be feared. It is something to be embraced. Because within the unknown lies infinite possibilities, infinite potential, infinite growth. It is where all the magic happens. And honestly, sometimes the universe forces these endings on us, right? We might lose a job, a relationship might end, or we might experience a major life change that we did not see coming. And in those moments, it can feel like the world is falling apart. But the Death card is a reminder that even in the midst of chaos, there is always opportunity for growth and transformation. Even when things seem to be at their darkest, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. So ask yourself, what needs to end? And are you willing to let it go? It is not always easy, but it is always worth it. And you know what else? Sometimes we are the ones who need to initiate these endings, right? We cannot just sit around and wait for the universe to do it for us. We have to take responsibility for our own lives and make the changes that are necessary for our growth. That might mean ending a toxic relationship, quitting a job that is draining you, or letting go of a belief that is holding you back. It is about taking control of your own destiny and creating a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. And you know what that takes: courage. It takes guts to say, okay, this is not working for me anymore. I am ready for something new. But you have that courage within you. I know you do. You chose the Labradorite, which means you are grounded and connected to your inner strength. You have the power to make these changes, and the universe is supporting you every step of the way. You just have to be willing to take the leap. Okay, so let's bring this back to the twin flame journey, right? Because that is why you are here. And honestly, the Death card can have a really significant meaning in this context. Twin flame relationships are all about transformation, right? They are about breaking down old patterns, healing deep wounds, and stepping into your true potential. And sometimes that requires a complete ego death. Whoa, right. That sounds intense. But what I mean by ego death is the dismantling of your false self, the letting go of your ego's need for control, and the surrender to your higher self. It is about releasing all the stories you tell yourself about who you are and what you are capable of, and embracing your true, authentic self. It's releasing who you think you are to become who you truly are. Twin flame relationships often trigger our deepest insecurities and fears, right? They bring up all the stuff we have been trying to avoid, all the unresolved issues from our past. And that can be incredibly painful and uncomfortable. It can feel like your world is being turned upside down. And honestly, it is. But that is the point. Twin flames are meant to shake you out of your complacency, to challenge your beliefs, and to push you to grow. They are mirrors, reflecting back to you all the parts of yourself that need healing. And sometimes that requires a complete dismantling of your ego. The more you resist, the harder it is going to be. Think about it. The ego loves to be in control, right? It wants to protect you from pain, to keep you safe and comfortable. But the ego is also limited. It is based on past experiences, on fears, and on limiting beliefs. It cannot see the bigger picture. It cannot understand the soul's purpose. And in the context of a twin flame relationship, the ego can be a major obstacle to union. It can create separation, conflict, and drama. It can prevent you from fully surrendering to the connection. So, the death card is saying, okay, the ego has to go. Now, that does not mean you have to completely obliterate your ego, right? It is still a part of you, and it serves a purpose. But it does mean you have to learn to manage it, to control it, and to prevent it from running your life. It means you have to start listening to your intuition, to your heart, and to your soul. That is where the real wisdom lies. This can look like so many different things, honestly. Maybe it means letting go of your need to be right all the time, right? Maybe it means admitting when you're wrong and apologizing for your mistakes. Maybe it means being more vulnerable and sharing your true feelings with your twin flame. Or maybe it means setting boundaries and saying no when you need to protect your energy. The thing is, the ego does not like any of those things. The ego wants to be right. It wants to be in control, and it wants to protect itself from vulnerability. But those things are essential for a healthy twin flame relationship. You have to be willing to let go of your ego's need for control and surrender to the flow of the connection. And it can be scary, right? It can feel like you are losing yourself. But the truth is, you are not losing yourself. You are finding yourself. You are stripping away the layers of the false self and revealing your true, authentic self. And that is a beautiful thing. You know, it is really, truly beautiful. So, the death card in the context of a twin flame journey is often a call for ego death, for the dismantling of the false self, and for the surrender to your higher self. It is about releasing the need for control, embracing vulnerability, and trusting the process. It is about letting go of who you think you are and stepping into who you truly are meant to be. Okay, so let's tie this all together, right? We have got the Six of Swords, moving away from a difficult situation. We have got the Nine of Swords, dealing with anxiety and fear. We have got the Judgment card, calling for awakening and transformation. And now we have got the Death card, signaling the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new one. See how it all fits together. It's like a puzzle. The Six of Swords was the first step, right? You recognized that something needed to change, and you took action to remove yourself from the situation. But the Nine of Swords showed that you were still carrying the baggage with you, still struggling with anxiety and fear. The Judgment card was the wake-up call, the realization that you needed to step into your true potential and live your life with purpose and authenticity. And now, the Death card is the final piece of the puzzle, the catalyst for complete transformation and renewal. It is like, you know, you have been preparing for this moment your entire life. all the challenges you have faced, all the lessons you have learned, all the experiences you have had have led you to this point. You are ready to let go of the old and embrace the new. You are ready to step into your power and live your truth. I really, truly feel that for you. Think back to that closet analogy, right? You have already started cleaning it out with the Six of Swords. You have identified the things that are no longer serving you. You're still a little anxious about actually getting rid of the stuff, Nine of Swords. But the Judgment card has given you the motivation to really overhaul things. Now the Death card is saying, okay, it is time to take everything out of the closet. It is time to sort through it all and decide what stays and what goes. And that can be a daunting task, right? It can be overwhelming to face all of your old baggage, all of your old patterns, all of your old beliefs. But you are not alone. You have the support of the universe, your spirit guides, and your own higher self. And you have that labradorite to keep you grounded and centered throughout the process. So, what does this new beginning look like for you? That is the question you need to be asking yourself right now. What do you want to create in your life? What kind of relationship do you want to have with your twin flame? What kind of person do you want to be? The possibilities are endless. You are not limited by your past experiences, by your fears, or by your limiting beliefs. You are free to create whatever you desire. Maybe this new beginning involves a complete reunion with your twin flame, a harmonious and balanced relationship based on mutual love, respect, and understanding. Maybe it involves a new career path, one that is aligned with your soul's purpose and brings you joy and fulfillment. Maybe it involves a new home, a new location, or a new adventure. Or maybe it simply involves a new way of being, a new perspective, a new attitude towards life. The Death card is not telling you exactly what this new beginning will look like, right? It is simply telling you that it is time to let go of the old and make space for the new. It is up to you to fill that space with whatever you desire. You are the creator of your own reality. And honestly, this is where it gets really exciting, right? Because you have the power to create a life that is beyond your wildest dreams. You are not limited by what you think is possible. You are capable of anything you set your mind to. You just have to believe in yourself, trust the process, and take the leap of faith. You can do it. Okay, so I know this can all feel really overwhelming, right? Change is scary. Letting go is hard. And facing your own shadow side. Yikes. Nobody wants to do that, right? But I want you to know that you are not alone in this. Everyone goes through periods of transformation and renewal. Everyone has to face their own demons and let go of the old to make way for the new. And you are strong enough to do this. You chose the labradorite for a reason. You have the inner strength, the resilience, and the courage to navigate this transformation with grace and ease. Remember that. And it is okay to feel scared, right? It is okay to feel uncertain. It is okay to feel like you do not know what you're doing. That is all part of the process. Just do not let those feelings paralyze you. not let them stop you from taking action and moving forward. Feel the fear and do it anyway. Trust that the universe has your back, right? Trust that you are being guided and supported every step of the way. Trust that everything is happening for your highest good, even if you cannot see it right now. Remember that Labradorite. Ground yourself. Connect with nature. Meditate. Journal. Talk to a therapist. Do whatever it takes to stay centered and balanced during this time of change. And be kind to yourself, okay? This is not a race. There is no need to rush the process. Allow yourself to feel whatever emotions come up and be gentle with yourself as you navigate this transformation. Give yourself permission to rest, to recharge, and to take care of your needs. And remember, this is not the end of the story, right? This is just the beginning of a new chapter. You have so much to look forward to, so many amazing experiences to create, so many wonderful things to manifest into your life. So, embrace the change, trust the process, and know that you are exactly where you need to be. You are on the right path. Keep going. You are doing great. Seriously. Just breathe. Keep that Labradorite close. And know that amazing things are coming your way. You just have to let go of the old to make space for them. You are so ready for this. Okay, I am so excited to see what card comes up next for you, because I really feel like this is just the beginning of something huge and amazing. Like, seriously life-changing. Okay, so let's pull the next card and see what the universe wants you to know. Okay, I'm so excited. Drum roll, please. And the next card is Justice. Whoa. Okay, so after all that intense energy, that's actually a really interesting card to get. Okay, wow. Okay, so justice, right? It is all about fairness, truth, accountability, and cause and effect. It is like the universe is balancing the scales, making sure that everything is in alignment. It is about getting what you deserve, both good and bad, based on your actions and choices. It is like karma is coming to collect, you know. But here is the thing. Justice is not always about punishment, right? It is not always about getting what is coming to you in a negative way. It can also be about reward, about reaping the benefits of your hard work and dedication. It is about finally getting the recognition and validation you deserve. So, with what we have already seen in your cards, that could be huge. The imagery of the Justice card is usually pretty straightforward, right? You see a figure, often a woman, holding a sword in one hand and scales in the other. The sword represents truth and justice, while the scales represent balance and fairness. It is a visual representation of the need to weigh all the evidence and make a fair and impartial decision. So, in the context of a twin flame journey, okay, this could mean a lot of different things, right? Let's unpack this. Maybe you are finally seeing the truth about your connection, about your twin flame, or about yourself. Maybe you are realizing that things are not always as they seem, and that there is more to the story than you previously understood. Maybe you have been avoiding certain truths, or maybe you have been in denial about certain aspects of the relationship. The Justice card is saying, okay, it is time to face reality. It is time to be honest with yourself and with your twin flame. This could also mean that you are being called to take responsibility for your actions and choices, right? To own up to your mistakes and to make amends for any harm you have caused. It is about acknowledging your role in the relationship dynamic and taking steps to create a more balanced and harmonious connection. Maybe you have been playing the victim, blaming your twin flame for all your problems. Or maybe you have been taking advantage of their kindness and generosity. The Justice card is saying, okay, it is time to step up and be accountable for your own behavior. Or maybe you have been working really hard on yourself, healing your wounds and growing as a person. The Justice card is saying, okay, it is time to receive the rewards for your efforts. It is time to experience the positive consequences of your hard work and dedication. Maybe you are finally ready to come into union with your twin flame to create a lasting and fulfilling relationship based on mutual love, respect, and understanding. Maybe you are finally ready to manifest your dreams and live your life to the fullest. The thing about the Justice card is that it requires you to be objective and impartial, right? You cannot let your emotions cloud your judgment or allow your personal biases to influence your decisions. You have to be willing to see things from all perspectives and to weigh all the evidence before coming to a conclusion. That could be hard after the 9 of Swords, right? This can be especially challenging in a twin flame relationship where emotions are often running high and things can feel really intense. It is easy to get caught up in the drama and to lose sight of what is truly important. The Justice card is saying, okay, take a step back, take a deep breath, and try to see things as they really are. Okay, but how does this connect to the cards we have already seen? Okay, so we have got the 6 of Swords, the 9 of Swords, the Judgment card, and the Death card. How does justice fit into all of that? Well, let's start with the 6 of Swords, right? That card was all about moving away from a difficult situation, leaving troubled Okay, so clear quartz butterfly, right? That's all about harmonizing. And with this butterfly shape, it's speaking to transformation, right? So, like this whole reading, it's about finding harmony within yourself and in your connections as you go through some big changes, you know. It's about really understanding the shifts that are happening and aligning with them. Okay, Knight of Cups, the Lovers, and Queen of Wands. Oh my gosh, this is juicy. All right, so let's dive in with the Knight of Cups, okay? So, like, the Knight of Cups is all about romance, right? He's like showing up with this offering of love, this like beautiful, dreamy energy, you know. So I'm feeling like at the start of this journey, there's this invitation, this potential for something really beautiful and heartfelt to enter your life. But Bhutan, this is a big but with the Knight of Cups. You gotta be careful, because sometimes he can be a little idealistic, you know. Like he's seeing things through rose-colored glasses. So it's like you might be getting caught up in a fantasy or an illusion about someone or something. So I think the key here is to like really stay grounded, you know. Enjoy the romance, enjoy the beautiful feelings, but also keep one foot on the ground and like see things as they really are. Don't get swept away completely, you know. Because like sometimes the Knight of Cups can promise the world, but he might not always be able to deliver, you know. He's got the best intentions, like totally has the best intentions. But intentions aren't always enough, you know. So, what could this look like in real life, right? Okay, so maybe you've met someone new and you're like totally head over heels, right? You're picturing your whole future together. You're like imagining the wedding, the house, the kids, the whole shebang, right? But like, maybe you haven't really gotten to know them that well yet, you know. Maybe you're just seeing what you want to see. Or around this is a totally different scenario. Maybe you're like revisiting an old flame, right? And you're remembering all the good times, and you're forgetting about all the reasons why it didn't work out in the first place. And you're thinking, oh, maybe this time it'll be different, you know. But like, are you really seeing the situation clearly? Another possibility is that this isn't even about a person, you know. Maybe it's about a creative project or a new opportunity that you're super excited about. Like, you're seeing all the potential, all the possibilities, and you're just like totally inspired, right? But like, have you really thought about all the practicalities of it? Have you considered all the hard work and the dedication that it's going to take? So like, the Knight of Cups is asking you to like temper your enthusiasm with a little bit of realism, you know. It's not about being negative or cynical. It's just about being like practical and grounded. It's about seeing things as they really are, not just as you want them to be. And, you know, this could also be about your own emotions, right? Like, are you like getting caught up in your feelings? Are you letting your emotions cloud your judgment? Are you being like overly sensitive or dramatic about something? So I think the message here is to like really check in with yourself, Like, take a deep breath and ask yourself, am I seeing this clearly? Am I being honest with myself about what's really going on? And don't be afraid to ask for advice from a trusted friend or family member, Someone who can give you an objective perspective. Because sometimes when we're in the middle of it, we can't really see things clearly, We need someone to hold up a mirror and show us what's really going on. And okay, so here's the twin flame piece, right? Because that's what this reading is all about. So, the Knight of Cups could be showing up as the initial stages of meeting your twin flame, right? Like that intense attraction, that feeling like you've known them forever, that feeling like you're finally home, But but again, there's a but with twin flames. It can be really easy to get caught up in the fantasy, to idealize the connection and to ignore the red flags. Because, twin flame relationships are intense, right? They bring up all your stuff, all your insecurities, all your fears. And it can be really tempting to, just focus on the good stuff and ignore the hard stuff. So, if you're feeling like this could be a twin flame connection, it's even more important to stay grounded and to be honest with yourself about what's really going on. Are they treating you with respect? Are they being honest with you? Are they willing to, work through the challenges? Or are they just, stringing you along, Because, twin flame relationships aren't always easy, but they should always be based on mutual respect and love. And, you know what else? The Knight of Cups can also represent your own inner romantic, right? That part of you that believes in love and magic and happily ever after. And that's a beautiful thing, right? But you also need to balance that with a little bit of practicality, You need to love yourself first, and you need to set healthy boundaries for yourself. Because if you're always putting other people's needs before your own, you're going to end up feeling drained and resentful, So the Knight of Cups is asking you to nurture your inner romantic, but also to protect yourself, to be discerning about who you let into your heart, to be honest with yourself about what you really want and need in a relationship, and to be willing to walk away if it's not serving you. Because, you deserve to be loved and cherished, You deserve to be with someone who treats you with respect and kindness. And you shouldn't settle for anything less. And I'm also seeing here, this could be about, following your heart's desire, right? The Knight of Cups is riding towards something he's passionate about, something he believes in. So, what are you passionate about? What do you believe in? What are you being called to do? And are you listening to that inner voice, that inner guidance? Or are you letting fear or doubt hold you back? So the Knight of Cups is encouraging you to take a leap of faith, to follow your dreams, even if they seem scary or impossible. To trust that you have what it takes to succeed. And to be open to receiving the love and support that you need along the way. Because, you're not alone on this journey, you know. There are people who believe in you, people who want to see you succeed. And you just need to, let them in, you know. Let them help you. And, okay, so, I'm also getting this sense of, creative inspiration here, right? The Knight of Cups is often associated with art and beauty and creativity. So, maybe you're being called to express yourself in some way, you know. To paint, to write, to sing, to dance, to create something beautiful. And don't be afraid to experiment, you know. Don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Because, that's how we learn and grow, you know. That's how we discover our true potential. So, the Knight of Cups is encouraging you to, tap into your creative energy, you know. To let your imagination run wild. To express yourself authentically and fearlessly. And to share your gifts with the world. Because, the world needs your beauty, you know. The world needs your art. The world needs your unique perspective. And, you know, sometimes the Knight of Cups can also represent, a message or an invitation, right? Someone might be reaching out to you, offering you something special. So, pay attention to the signs, you know. Pay attention to the opportunities that are coming your way. Be open to receiving unexpected gifts. And trust that the universe is conspiring to help you, you know. The universe is working in your favor. So, the Knight of Cups is reminding you to, stay open and receptive, you know. To be aware of the messages that are coming to you. To be grateful for the blessings in your life. And to trust that everything is happening for a reason. Because, even the challenges and the setbacks are opportunities for growth, you know. They're opportunities to learn and to become stronger. And, you know, I think the most important thing about the Knight of Cups is that he's all about following your heart, right? He's not afraid to be vulnerable. He's not afraid to express his emotions. He's not afraid to take risks for love. So, what does your heart tell you to do? What are you being called to do? And are you listening? So, the Knight of Cups is encouraging you to, be brave, you know. To be authentic. To be true to yourself. And to follow your heart wherever it may lead you. Because, your heart knows the way, you know. Your heart will never steer you wrong. And so, with the clear quartz butterfly and its harmonizing energy, this Knight of Cups energy is really about finding harmony within your emotions, right? Not getting carried away by the fantasy, but also not shutting down your heart completely. It's about finding that balance, that sweet spot where you can be open to love and inspiration, while still staying grounded and realistic, you know. Okay, so, that's the Knight of Cups in a nutshell, right? Romance, dreams, emotions, inspiration. But with a little bit of caution thrown in. So, the question now becomes, what are you going to do with this energy? How are you going to use this invitation, this opportunity? And that's where the Lover's card comes in, because that's all about choices, right? that's all about making decisions and aligning yourself with what's truly important to you. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to talk about the lovers now because, it's not just about romantic love, right? It's about so much more than that. It's really about alignment and choices. So, let's dive into the lover's card and see what it has in store, Okay, so the lovers, right? First of all, everyone thinks it's just about romance, but it's so much deeper than that, It's about choices. It's about partnerships. It's about finding alignment within yourself and with the world around you. And after the dreamy, kind of idealistic energy of the Knight of Cups, the lovers is forcing you to get real, to make a decision, to choose a path. So what could this look like in your life, right? Okay, so maybe you're at a crossroads in your relationship, right? You're trying to decide whether to stay or to go. Maybe you're feeling unfulfilled or disconnected, and you're wondering if this is really the right person for you. Or maybe things are going great, but you're ready to take the next step, to move in together, to get engaged, to start a family. And this decision, it's not just about your partner, It's also about you. It's about what you want and need in a relationship. It's about your values and your beliefs. It's about your long-term goals. So, you need to really get clear on what's important to you before you can make a decision, You need to, ask yourself some tough questions and be honest with yourself about the answers. So, are you happy? Are you fulfilled? Are you growing? Are you being challenged? Are you being supported? Are you being loved? And if the answer to any of those questions is no, then you need to, really consider whether this is the right relationship for you, Because, you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be with someone who loves and supports you unconditionally. And you shouldn't settle for anything less. And this could also be about a choice between two different people, right? Maybe you're torn between two potential partners and you're not sure who to choose. And this can be a really difficult situation, right? Because, you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but you also don't want to make the wrong decision. So, how do you choose right? How do you decide which person is right for you? Well, I think the key is to, really listen to your intuition, to pay attention to how you feel when you're around each person. Which person makes you feel more alive? Which person makes you feel more authentic? Which person challenges you to grow and be a better person? And it's also important to consider the long-term potential of each relationship, Which person do you see yourself within 5 years? In 10 years? Which person shares your values and your goals? Which person is willing to work through the challenges with you? So, don't just focus on the short-term attraction, Think about the long-term compatibility. Think about the foundation that you're building. And choose the person who you believe will be the best partner for you in the long run. But remember, it's not just about finding the perfect person right. It's also about being the right person, It's about being a good partner, a supportive partner, a loving partner. So, make sure you're bringing your best self to the relationship, no matter who you choose. And, you know, this card isn't always about romantic relationships, right? It can also be about partnerships in business or in creative endeavors. So, maybe you're trying to decide whether to go into business with someone or whether to collaborate on a project with them. And this requires the same kind of careful consideration as a romantic relationship, you know. You need to make sure that you're aligned in your values, in your goals, and in your work ethic. So, do you trust this person? Do you respect them? Do you believe in their abilities? Do you share a common vision? And if the answer to any of those questions is no, then you might want to reconsider the partnership, you know. Because, a bad partnership can be really damaging to your business or to your creative work. It can lead to conflict, to frustration, and to ultimately failure. But a good partnership can be incredibly powerful, right? It can amplify your strengths. It can compensate for your weaknesses. And it can help you achieve things that you never thought possible. So, choose your partners wisely and make sure that you're aligned in your vision and in your values. So, the Lovers is really about finding that alignment, right? It's about finding the people who support you, who challenge you, and who help you grow. It's about finding the partnerships that are truly fulfilling and meaningful. Okay, so, let's get back to the twin flame thing, right? Because that's what we're really here to talk about. So, the Lover's card can often show up when you're dealing with a twin flame connection, because it represents that deep, soul-level bond that you share. It represents that feeling of being, finally home, of being completely understood and accepted. So, if you're seeing the Lover's card in relation to your twin flame, it's a sign that you're on the right path, you know. It's a sign that you're connecting with someone who's truly meant to be in your life. But it's also a sign that you have some choices to make, some decisions to make, some work to do. And because twin flame relationships aren't always easy, right? They bring up all your stuff, all your insecurities, all your fears. They challenge you to grow and to evolve. And they require you to be honest with yourself and with your partner. So, if you're in a twin flame relationship, the Lover's card is asking you to make a conscious choice to commit to the journey, you know. To commit to the work, to commit to the growth, to commit to the love. It's asking you to be willing to face your shadows, to heal your wounds, and to become the best version of yourself. And, you know, sometimes the Lover's card can also represent a choice between your twin flame and someone else, right? Maybe you're already in a relationship when you meet your twin flame, and you're torn between your current partner and this new, intense connection. And this can be a really agonizing decision, right? Because, you don't want to hurt anyone, but you also don't want to deny your soul. So, what do you do in that situation? Well, I think the key is to, really listen to your intuition, to really connect with your heart and ask yourself what's truly right for you, and to be honest with yourself about your feelings, even if they're scary or uncomfortable. And, sometimes the answer is to stay in your current relationship, right? Maybe your twin flame is showing up to teach you a lesson, to help you grow, or to help you heal. Maybe they're not meant to be your romantic partner in this lifetime. Don't automatically assume that you need to leave your current relationship for your twin flame, Take some time to reflect, to meditate, to connect with your intuition, and trust that you'll be guided to the right decision. But sometimes the answer is to leave your current relationship and to pursue your twin flame, right? Maybe your twin flame is your soulmate, your life partner, the person you're meant to be with forever. Maybe they're the key to your happiness, your fulfillment, and your spiritual growth. If you feel like your twin flame is your destiny, then you need to be brave enough to follow your heart, to take the leap of faith, to trust that the universe will support you, and to be willing to face the challenges that come with a twin flame relationship. The clear quartz butterfly. It's about harmonizing, remember? So with the Lover's card, it's like you're being called to find harmony within your relationships, right? To find that balance between your needs and your partner's needs, between your desires and your responsibilities. It's about creating a relationship that's based on mutual respect, love, and support. Are you willing to do the work to create that kind of relationship? Are you willing to compromise, to communicate, and to forgive? Are you willing to be vulnerable, to be honest, and to be yourself? Because, that's what it takes to create a truly harmonious relationship, whether it's with your twin flame or with anyone else. The Lover's card isn't just about external relationships, right? It's also about your relationship with yourself. It's about finding alignment within your own soul, about integrating your different aspects of yourself, about loving yourself unconditionally. Are you in alignment with your values? Are you living a life that's true to yourself? Are you honoring your needs and your desires? Are you taking care of your physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being? Because, if you're not in alignment with yourself, it's going to be really hard to find alignment with anyone else, You need to love yourself first before you can truly love someone else. The Lover's card is really a call to action, right? It's a call to make a choice, to make a decision, to align yourself with what's truly important to you. It's a call to find harmony within yourself and with the world around you. It's a call to love yourself unconditionally and to create relationships that are based on mutual respect, love, and support. What choice are you being called to make? What decision are you being asked to make? And are you ready to answer the call? Are you ready to step into your power and create the life that you truly desire? And, like the Knight of Cups brought the invitation, right? The Lovers is about choosing how you're going to respond to that invitation, right? Are you going to embrace the potential for love and partnership? Are you going to make a conscious decision to create a harmonious relationship? Or are you going to let fear and doubt hold you back? The Lover's card is really about taking responsibility for your own happiness, right? It's about recognizing that you have the power to create the life that you want, the relationships that you want, the partnerships that you want. And it's about stepping into that power and making it happen. I'm also seeing here that the Lover's card can represent a time of intense creativity and inspiration, right? Like when you're in alignment with your soul, when you're living a life that's true to yourself, you're going to feel more creative, more inspired, and more passionate about everything you do. Tap into that energy, Use it to create something beautiful, something meaningful, something that will make a difference in the world. Share your gifts with the world and let your light shine bright. Sometimes the Lover's card can also represent a time of intense healing and transformation, right? Like when you're facing your shadows, when you're healing your wounds, when you're becoming the best version of yourself, you're going to experience a lot of growth and transformation. Embrace that process, Don't be afraid to let go of the old, to make room for the new. Trust that you're being guided to where you need to be, and that everything is happening for a reason. The Lover's card is really a reminder that you're not alone on this journey, right? You have support, you have guidance, you have love. You have people who believe in you, people who want to see you succeed. Reach out to them, Let them help you, let them support you, let them love you. Because, you don't have to do this alone. You can lean on others, and you can create a community of support that will help you through the challenges. The Lover's card is really about choosing love, right? It's about choosing connection. It's about choosing alignment. It's about choosing to live a life that's true to yourself, and that's in harmony with the world around you. Choose love, choose connection, choose alignment, and watch your life transform in amazing ways. Okay, so that's the Lovers in all its glory, right? Choices, partnerships, twin flames, alignment, love. It's a lot, I know. But it's all about making conscious decisions and aligning yourself with what's truly important to you. And that all sounds very Queen of Wands, doesn't it? Like stepping into your personal power, owning your choices, being confident. So let's move on to the Queen of Wands and see how you can integrate all of this into your life. How you can really become that empowered, confident, radiant being that you're meant to be, So get ready to unleash your inner queen, because here we go. All right, so the Queen of Wands, right? She is all about confidence, passion, creativity, and just like owning your power, Like after the Knight of Cups brought the invitation and the lovers presented the choice, the Queen of Wands is like, okay, now it's time to step up and be the amazing person you were meant to be, you know. So, how do you embody this energy? How do you become the Queen of Wands in your own life? First of all, it's about knowing who you are and what you want, right? The Queen of Wands is super clear on her values, her beliefs, and her goals. She knows what she stands for, and she's not afraid to stand up for it. So, what are your values? What do you believe in? What are your goals? And are you living your life in alignment with those things? And this goes back to the lovers, right? Are you choosing relationships, partnerships, and opportunities that are in alignment with your values and your goals? Are you surrounding yourself with people who support you, who challenge you, and who help you grow? Are you making decisions that are true to yourself? Take some time to reflect on your values and your goals, and make sure that you're living your life in a way that honors them. And if you're not, then it's time to make some changes, It's time to step into your power and create a life that's truly fulfilling and meaningful. And the Queen of Wands is also all about confidence, right? She believes in herself. She believes in her abilities, and she's not afraid to take risks. So, do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your abilities? And are you willing to take risks to pursue your dreams? If you're lacking in confidence, it's time to start building it, It's time to start focusing on your strengths, celebrating your successes, and learning from your failures. It's time to start challenging your limiting beliefs and replacing them with empowering ones. It's time to start taking action, even if it's scary, and proving to yourself that you can do it. And the Knight of Cups was all about following your heart, right? So the Queen of Wands takes that and says, okay, I'm following my heart, and I'm doing it with confidence and conviction, She's not just dreaming about her dreams, she's actually making them happen. What are you passionate about? What do you love to do? And are you making time for those things in your life? Are you pursuing your passions with confidence and enthusiasm? Are you sharing your gifts with the world? And the Queen of Wands is also incredibly creative, right? She's always coming up with new ideas, new projects, and new ways to express herself. So, are you tapping into your creative energy? Are you letting your imagination run wild? Are you expressing yourself authentically and fearlessly? Find ways to express your creativity, whether it's through art, music, writing, dancing, or anything else that you enjoy. Let your creativity flow, and don't be afraid to experiment and try new things. The world needs your unique perspective, your unique gifts, and your unique expression. The clear quartz butterfly reminds us to harmonize, right? So the Queen of Wands is about finding harmony between your confidence and your vulnerability, between your passion and your practicality, between your creativity and your responsibility. It's about being a well-rounded, balanced, and authentic person. So like, are you taking care of all aspects of yourself? Are you nurturing your physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being? Are you balancing your work and your play? Are you making time for yourself and for others? And the Queen of Wands is also a natural leader, right? She inspires others, she motivates others, and she empowers others to be their best selves. So, like, are you using your influence to make a positive impact on the world? Are you supporting others, encouraging others, and helping others to grow? So, like, find ways to lead in your own life, whether it's at work, at home, or in your community. Use your voice to speak up for what you believe in, and use your actions to create positive change. Be a role model for others, and inspire them to live their best lives. And the Queen of Wands is also incredibly generous, right? She shares her time, her resources, and her wisdom with others. She's always willing to help those in need, and she believes in giving back to the community. So, like, are you being generous with your time, your resources, and your wisdom? Are you giving back to the community? Are you helping those in need? So, like, find ways to be generous in your own life, whether it's through volunteering, donating, or simply offering a helping hand to someone who needs it. Give back to the community and make a positive difference in the world. And you know, the Queen of Wands is also incredibly resilient, right? She's faced challenges, she's overcome obstacles, and she's learned from her mistakes. She doesn't let setbacks get her down, and she always finds a way to bounce back. So, like, are you resilient? Are you able to bounce back from setbacks? Are you learning from your mistakes? So, like, if you're facing challenges, remember that you're strong, you're capable, and you're resilient. Don't let setbacks get you down, and don't give up on your dreams. Learn from your mistakes and use them as opportunities to grow and become stronger. And the Queen of Wands is also incredibly authentic, right? She's true to herself, she's genuine, and she's not afraid to be different. She doesn't try to be someone she's not, and she embraces her unique qualities. So, like, are you being authentic? Are you being true to yourself? Are you embracing your unique qualities? So, like, let go of the need to please others and let go of the need to fit in. Be yourself, be genuine, and be authentic. Embrace your unique qualities and let your true self shine. And you know, like, the Knight of Cups was all about following your heart. The Lovers was all about making choices. And the Queen of Wands is all about embodying those choices with confidence and passion. You know, it's about taking action. It's about making things happen. And it's about being the best version of yourself. So, like, are you ready to step into your power? Are you ready to unleash your inner queen? Are you ready to create the life that you truly desire? The Queen of Wands says, yes, you are. She says, you have everything you need inside of you. Just believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and take action. And Queen of Wands can represent you stepping into your own individual power, regardless of what your twin flame is doing, right? It's about becoming whole and complete within yourself so that you can attract a healthy and balanced relationship. Focus on your own growth, your own healing, and your own happiness. Don't rely on your twin flame to complete you, and don't let their actions dictate your worth. Be your own queen and attract a king who respects and cherishes you for who you are. And this whole reading, from the clear quartz butterfly to the Knight of Cups to the Lovers to the Queen of Wands, it's all about transformation, right? It's about harmonizing with the changes in your life, making conscious choices, and stepping into your power. Embrace the journey, trust the process, and know that you're being guided to where you need to be. You are strong, you are capable, and you are loved. Okay, that's the Queen of Wands in all her glory, right? Confidence, passion, creativity, leadership, authenticity. She's a force to be reckoned with. So, go out there and be the Queen of Wands in your own life. Because, you got this. Okay, so justice, right? What does that even mean in the context of everything we've already talked about? With the Knight of Cups bringing in all this dreamy, romantic energy, and then the Lovers being about making a choice, and then the Queen of Wands stepping into your power. Justice is kind of like the universe saying, okay, but are you being fair about all of this? Are you being honest? Are you being accountable? Are you making choices that are in alignment with, the highest good for everyone involved? In general, justice is all about balance, right? It's about cause and effect. It's about karma. It's about, seeing things clearly and making sure that everything is in equilibrium. It's about taking responsibility for your actions and, understanding that every choice you make has consequences, It's not just about what you want in the moment. It's about the long-term impact of your decisions. And, that can be kind of a heavy thing, right? To think about all the time. But, justice isn't meant to be a punishment. It's meant to be like a guide, It's meant to help you make better choices and to live a more balanced and fulfilling life. With the clear quartz butterfly, right? And its harmonizing energy, justice is really about finding harmony through fairness, right? You can't have true harmony if there's injustice or imbalance, So, it's about creating a situation where everyone feels heard, everyone feels respected, and everyone feels like they're being treated fairly. And that can be really challenging, especially in relationships, right? Because everyone has their own needs and their own desires, and it's not always easy to find a compromise that works for everyone. What could this look like in your life, right? Okay, so maybe you're in a situation where you feel like you're not being treated fairly, right? Maybe you're being taken advantage of, or maybe you're being ignored, or maybe you're just not getting the recognition that you deserve. And that can be really frustrating, right? Because, you want to be seen, you want to be valued, and you want to be treated with respect. So, what do you do in that situation? Well, I think the first step is to, really assess the situation objectively, you know? Take a step back and try to see things from a neutral perspective. Are you being overly sensitive? Are you misinterpreting things? Or is there really a legitimate injustice happening? And, sometimes it's hard to be objective when you're in the middle of it, right? So it can be helpful to, ask for advice from a trusted friend or family member, someone who can give you an unbiased opinion. And once you've assessed the situation, then you can decide how to proceed, If you determine that there is a real injustice happening, then you need to take action to address it. That might mean having a difficult conversation with someone, or it might mean setting some boundaries, or it might even mean walking away from the situation altogether. But the important thing is to stand up for yourself and to demand to be treated fairly. Because, you deserve to be treated with respect, and you shouldn't settle for anything less. And on the flip side, maybe you're in a situation where you're the one who's not being fair, right? Maybe you're taking advantage of someone, or maybe you're being dishonest, or maybe you're just not being as considerate as you could be. And that can be a hard thing to admit, right? Because nobody wants to think of themselves as being unfair or unjust. But we all make mistakes, and we all have moments where we fall short of our ideals. So, if you realize that you're not being fair, then you need to take responsibility for your actions and make amends, That might mean apologizing to someone, or it might mean changing your behavior, or it might mean making restitution for any harm that you've caused. But the important thing is to acknowledge your mistakes and to take steps to correct them. Because, that's how you grow as a person, and that's how you create more harmonious relationships. And with the Lover's card, right? Justice is really about making fair choices in your relationships, right? Are you being fair to your partner? Are you being fair to yourself? Are you making decisions that are in the best interest of both of you? If you're in a relationship, it's important to have open and honest communication about your needs and your desires, You need to be able to talk about what's working and what's not working. And you need to be willing to compromise and to find solutions that work for both of you. And that can be really challenging, especially when you have different values or different goals. But if you're committed to making the relationship work, then you need to be willing to put in the effort to find a way to make it fair for both of you. And sometimes that means making difficult choices, right? Maybe you have to let go of something that you want in order to make your partner happy. Or maybe you have to set a boundary that your partner doesn't like. But the important thing is to make those choices from a place of love and respect, and to be honest with yourself and with your partner about your reasons. Because, if you're not being fair in your relationships, then it's going to create resentment and disharmony, and it's eventually going to lead to a breakdown. So, strive to be fair in all of your relationships, and make sure that you're treating everyone with respect and consideration. And, going back to the twin flame thing, right? Justice is, super important in twin flame relationships, because those relationships are so intense and so challenging, they bring up all your stuff, all your insecurities, all your fears. And it can be really easy to get caught up in the drama and to lose sight of what's fair and what's not fair. So, if you're in a twin flame relationship, it's crucial to be honest with yourself and with your partner about your feelings, you need to be able to talk about your fears, your insecurities, and your needs without judgment or criticism. And you need to be willing to listen to your partner's feelings and to validate their experiences. And that can be really hard, especially when you're triggered or when you're feeling defensive. But if you're not being honest and open with each other, then you're going to create a lot of misunderstandings and conflict. And it's also important to set healthy boundaries in your twin flame relationship. You need to be clear about what you're willing to tolerate and what you're not willing to tolerate. And you need to be willing to enforce those boundaries, even if it's difficult. Because, twin flame relationships can be very intense and very enmeshed, and it's easy to lose yourself in the other person. So, setting boundaries is a way of protecting yourself and of maintaining your own identity. And it's also a way of ensuring that the relationship is fair and balanced. Because, if one person is always giving and the other person is always taking, then it's not a sustainable relationship. And sometimes justice can also mean walking away from a twin flame relationship, right? Maybe you've tried everything you can to make it work, but it's just not happening. Maybe the other person is not willing to do the work, or maybe the relationship is just too toxic or too damaging. So, in those situations, justice might mean accepting that the relationship is not meant to be and moving on, That can be really painful, especially when you feel like you're destined to be with this person. But sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself and for the other person is to let go. Because, you deserve to be in a relationship that's healthy and supportive, and you shouldn't settle for anything less. And the Queen of Wands, right? She's all about owning your power and being confident in your choices. So, with justice, it's about owning your power and being confident in your fair choices, Are you making choices that are aligned with your values? Are you standing up for what you believe in? Are you being accountable for your actions? Um, so, like, the Queen of Wands doesn't just sit around and wait for things to happen. She takes action to create the life that she wants. And she does it with confidence and conviction. So, like, if you're feeling like you're not being treated fairly, or if you're feeling like you're not living in alignment with your values, then it's time to take action, you know. It's time to step into your power and create a life that's fair and just for yourself and for others. And, you know, like, justice is also about karma, right? Like, what you put out into the world is what you get back. So, like, if you're being fair and honest and kind, then you're going to attract fair and honest and kind people and situations into your life. But, like, if you're being unfair and dishonest and unkind, then you're going to attract unfair and dishonest and unkind people and situations into your life. So, like, it's really important to be mindful of your actions and your intentions, you know. Like, are you acting from a place of love and compassion? Or are you acting from a place of fear and resentment? Are you trying to help others? Or are you trying to take advantage of them? Because, like, whatever you put out, there is going to come back to you eventually. So, like, make sure you're putting out the kind of energy that you want to receive. And, you know, like, sometimes karma can take a while to manifest, right? Like, you might not see the immediate consequences of your actions, but, like, eventually, everything catches up with you. So, like, it's important to be patient and to trust that the universe is working in your favor, even when it doesn't seem like it. And, you know, like, justice is also about learning from your mistakes, right? Like, we all make mistakes, and we all have moments where we fall short of our ideals. But, like, the important thing is to learn from those mistakes and to use them as opportunities to grow and to become a better person. So, like, don't beat yourself up over your past mistakes, you know. Like, everyone makes mistakes. Just acknowledge them, learn from them, and move on. And try to do better in the future. Because, like, that's how you evolve. All right, my friend, this black obsidian point is all about cutting through the confusion and bringing things into sharp focus, right? So, think of it as a laser beam highlighting the exact areas where you need to pay attention. And with the theme of shadow work integration, it's clear we're diving deep. This reading is all about confronting those hidden fears and insecurities that might be blocking you. Really clearing the path for authentic connection and a much deeper understanding of yourself and your journey. Okay, so get ready because this is going to be good. Okay, so the first card we have is the Fool. Oh my gosh. The Fool is all about new beginnings, like jumping off a cliff into the unknown, but in the best possible way. It's pure potential, boundless optimism. That feeling of, anything is possible, It's that fresh, clean slate energy where you're not weighed down by past experiences or, limiting beliefs. So this is huge. It's such a big sign that you are on the cusp of something amazing, something totally new, something that's probably going to, completely change your life, But the Fool isn't just about blindly leaping into anything, right? It's about having the courage to embrace the unknown, to trust your intuition, and to, really believe in yourself, even when you can't see the whole path ahead. It's about saying yes to adventure, to new experiences, and to, the crazy possibilities that the universe is putting right in front of you. Are you feeling that pull? Because this card is a major green light. Now, I know what you're thinking. Okay, that sounds great, but what if I'm scared? What if I fail? And that's totally valid, right? I mean, stepping into the unknown is always a little bit terrifying. But that's where the shadow work comes in, The Fool is also asking you to look at those fears, to acknowledge them, and to, really understand where they're coming from. What old beliefs are holding you back? What past experiences are making you hesitant to take this leap? Those are the questions you need to be asking yourself right now. And here's the thing, you don't have to have all the answers right now, okay? The Fool is about the journey, not the destination. It's about learning and growing along the way. It's about trusting that even if you stumble, even if you make mistakes, you're going to be okay. You're going to learn from it, and you're going to come out stronger on the other side. So, how does this apply to your life right now? Well, think about it. What areas of your life feel stagnant or unfulfilling? What have you been wanting to change, but have been too afraid to try? Is it a new career, a new relationship, a new creative project? The Fool is pointing to that area, urging you to take that first step, to embrace the unknown, and to trust that the universe has your back. And I'm getting a really strong feeling that this is something you've been putting off for a while, It's like there's this little voice inside you that's been whispering, go for it, you can do it. But then there's also that louder, more fearful voice that's been saying, no, it's too risky. You're going to fail. You're not good enough. And the The Fool is here to tell you to turn down the volume on that fearful voice and to, crank up the volume on your intuition. Listen to that inner voice that's telling you to take the leap. Because here's the secret, right? The magic happens when you step outside of your comfort zone. That's where you discover your true potential. That's where you find out what you're really capable of. And The Fool is all about that magic. It's about believing in yourself and trusting that the universe is going to guide you, even when you can't see the whole path. Now, I know that trusting the universe can sound a little woo-woo, right? But what it really means is trusting your own intuition, trusting your own inner guidance, and trusting that you have the strength and the resilience to overcome any obstacles that come your way. It's about believing in yourself, even when nobody else does. And this is where the shadow work comes back in, because sometimes the biggest obstacle is yourself. It's those limiting beliefs, those fears, those insecurities that are holding you back. So, the Fool is inviting you to confront those shadows, to acknowledge them, and to, really release them. Let go of the things that are no longer serving you, the things that are keeping you stuck, and embrace the freedom and the potential of this new beginning. Okay, so, practically speaking, what does this look like? Well, it depends on what area of your life this new beginning is related to. If it's a new career, maybe it means taking a class, networking with people in that field, or even just updating your resume and starting to apply for jobs. If it's a new relationship, maybe it means putting yourself out there, joining a dating app, or even just being more open to meeting new people. If it's a new creative project, maybe it means setting aside some time each day to work on it, even if it's just for 15 minutes. The key is to take that first step, no matter how small it may seem. And don't be afraid to ask for help along the way. Surround yourself with supportive people who believe in you and who will encourage you to keep going, even when you feel like giving up. Because, trust me, there will be times when you feel like giving up. But that's when it's most important to remember why you started in the first place, and to, reconnect with that initial excitement and inspiration that the Fool represents. And another thing to keep in mind is that this new beginning might not look exactly like you expect it to, The universe has a funny way of working sometimes. It might throw you some curveballs, some unexpected challenges, or even some detours along the way. But those challenges are all part of the journey. They're opportunities for you to learn and grow and to become even stronger. So, don't get discouraged if things don't go exactly according to plan. Just stay open to the possibilities, trust your intuition, and keep moving forward one step at a time. And remember, you're not alone on this journey. The universe is supporting you. Your spirit guides are supporting you, and I'm supporting you too. So, go out there and embrace this new beginning with open arms. You got this. Okay, deep breath, because we still have 2 more cards to go. but like, I'm already so excited for you. This is such a powerful reading, and I can just feel the energy shifting in your life right now. You are on the verge of something truly amazing, and I can't wait to see what unfolds. So, let's move on to the next card, which is the Page of Wands. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, so the Page of Wands is all about inspired action, enthusiasm, and new ideas. It's that feeling of excitement and passion when you're first starting something new, you know. It's like you're buzzing with energy and you can't wait to get started. But the Page of Wands can also be a little bit impulsive and a little bit naive, you know. It's like you're so excited about this new idea that you haven't really thought it through completely. You're just ready to jump in headfirst without really considering the consequences. So, this is where we need to be a little bit careful, because we don't want to get carried away with the excitement and make some rash decisions that we might regret later. Now, don't get me wrong. Enthusiasm and passion are great things, right? They're essential for starting anything new. But we also need to balance that with a little bit of practicality and common sense. We need to really think things through, do our research, and make sure that we're making informed decisions. So, how does this relate to the Fool? Well, the Fool is all about taking that first leap of faith, right? But the Page of Wands is about what happens after that first leap. It's about taking that initial inspiration and turning it into something real, something tangible. It's about putting in the work, the effort, and the dedication that's needed to make your dreams a reality. And this is where the shadow work comes back in again. Because sometimes the biggest challenge is staying motivated and focused when things get tough, you know. It's easy to be excited and enthusiastic at the beginning. But what happens when the initial excitement wears off? What happens when you start to encounter obstacles and challenges? That's when it's really important to have a solid plan and a strong sense of purpose. So, the Page of Wands is asking you to take that initial inspiration and really ground it in reality. Think about the practical steps you need to take to make your dreams a reality. Do your research, create a plan, and set some realistic goals for yourself. And don't be afraid to ask for help along the way. Surround yourself with supportive people who can offer you advice and guidance. And another thing to keep in mind is that the Page of Wands can also represent a new opportunity or a new idea that's coming your way, you know. It might be something that you haven't even considered before, but it has the potential to be really exciting and fulfilling. So, stay open to new possibilities and be willing to explore different options. But again, don't just jump into anything without thinking it through first. Take the time to really evaluate the opportunity and see if it's the right fit for you. Consider the pros and cons and make sure that it aligns with your values and your goals. And I'm getting a feeling that this new opportunity might be related to your creativity you know. The wand's suit is all about creativity, passion, and inspiration. So, this might be a chance for you to express yourself in a new way, to explore your artistic talents, or to, create something beautiful and meaningful. So, if you've been feeling drawn to a particular creative outlet, like painting, writing, music, or anything else, now might be the time to, really explore that. Take a class, join a workshop, or just start experimenting on your own. You might be surprised at what you discover. And this is where the Fool and the Page of Wands really work together. Because the Fool is about taking that first leap of faith, and the Page of Wands is about, channeling that energy into something concrete and creative. It's about bringing something brand new into the world from your passion and inspiration. And that's so incredibly powerful. But remember to stay grounded and practical, even when you're feeling inspired. Don't let your enthusiasm cloud your judgment. And don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. Surround yourself with supportive people who can offer you advice and guidance. And this is where the shadow work comes back in again. Because sometimes the biggest challenge is believing in yourself and your creative abilities, you know. It's easy to get discouraged when you compare yourself to others, or when you feel like your work isn't good enough. But it's important to remember that everyone starts somewhere, and that the only way to improve is to keep practicing and keep creating. So, the Page of Wands is asking you to embrace your creativity, to express yourself authentically, and to, trust that your unique talents and gifts have something valuable to offer the world. And don't be afraid to experiment, to try new things, and to make mistakes along the way. That's all part of the creative process. And another thing to keep in mind is that the Page of Wands can also represent a message or a piece of information that's coming your way, you know. It might be something that inspires you, motivates you, or gives you a new perspective on things. So pay attention to the signs and synchronicities that are happening around you. Be open to receiving guidance from the universe. And this message might come in the form of a conversation with a friend, a book that you read, a movie that you watch, or even just a random thought that pops into your head. The key is to be open and receptive to the messages that are coming your way, and to trust that they're leading you in the right direction. So to sum it up, the Page of Wands is all about inspired action, enthusiasm, new ideas, and creative expression. It's about taking that initial inspiration from the Fool and turning it into something real and tangible. But it's also about staying grounded, practical, and aware of the potential pitfalls along the way. And don't forget to address those shadows, those limiting beliefs that are holding you back from fully embracing your creativity and your potential. Release those fears, trust in yourself, and go out there and create something amazing. You got this. Okay, okay, okay. one more card to go. And this is a big one. I'm so excited. Are you ready? Because this is going to blow your mind. The final card is the world. Oh my gosh. The world is all about completion, fulfillment, and achieving your goals. It's that feeling of finally arriving at your destination after a long and arduous journey. It's that sense of satisfaction and accomplishment that comes from knowing that you've done your best and that you've reached your full potential. But the world isn't just about the end of a journey. It's also about the beginning of a new one, you know. It's like closing one chapter of your life and opening another one. It's about taking all the lessons that you've learned along the way and using them to create an even better future for yourself. So how does this relate to the Fool and the Page of Wands? Well, the Fool is about taking that first leap of faith. The Page of Wands is about taking inspired action. And the world is about bringing it all together and achieving your goals. It's about taking that initial spark of inspiration and turning it into something real, something tangible, and something that has a lasting impact on the world. And this is where the shadow work really comes into play, because you can't truly achieve that sense of completion and fulfillment until you've integrated all those shadow aspects. You have to confront those fears, those insecurities, those limiting beliefs that have been holding you back, and really release them. You have to forgive yourself for your past mistakes and learn from them. And you have to embrace all aspects of yourself, both the light and the dark. So the world is asking you to take a look back at your journey and really appreciate how far you've come. Acknowledge all the challenges that you've overcome, all the lessons that you've learned, and all the ways that you've grown. And give yourself credit for all the hard work that you've put in. And this isn't just about celebrating your successes. It's also about acknowledging your failures, you know. It's about recognizing the times when you've stumbled, when you've made mistakes, or when you've fallen short of your goals. But instead of dwelling on those failures, use them as opportunities to learn and grow. Ask yourself what you could have done differently and how you can avoid making the same mistakes in the future. And this is where forgiveness comes in, because you can't truly move forward until you've forgiven yourself for your past mistakes. Holding onto those feelings of guilt, shame, or regret will only hold you back from achieving your full potential. So let go of those negative emotions and embrace the present moment with an open heart. And the world is also about sharing your gifts and talents with the world, It's about using your unique skills and abilities to make a positive impact on the lives of others. It's about finding your purpose and living it to the fullest. So what are you passionate about? What are you good at? What can you offer the world? These are the questions that the world is asking you to consider. And don't be afraid to think big. Don't limit yourself to what you think is possible. The world is about limitless potential, about achieving anything that you set your mind to. And this isn't just about achieving personal success. It's also about contributing to the greater good, you know. It's about making the world a better place for everyone. So, think about how you can use your gifts and talents to help others, to support your community, or to, address some of the world's biggest challenges. And this is where the Fool, the Page of Wands, and the world all come together. Because the Fool is about taking that first leap of faith. The Page of Wands is about taking inspired action. And the world is about achieving your goals and making a positive impact on the world. It's about living a life of purpose, passion, and fulfillment. It's about becoming the best version of yourself and sharing your gifts with the world. But remember that this is an ongoing journey, not a destination, you know. The world isn't about reaching a point where you're perfect or where you've achieved everything that you've ever wanted. It's about constantly growing, learning, and evolving. It's about embracing the challenges and the opportunities that come your way and using them to become an even better version of yourself. And this is where the shadow work never really ends, because there will always be new challenges, new fears, and new insecurities to confront, you know. But the key is to develop a practice of self-awareness, self-compassion, and self-forgiveness. Learn to recognize those negative patterns and develop strategies for overcoming them. And always remember that you're not alone on this journey. There are people who love you, who support you, and who believe in you. So to sum it up, the world is all about completion, fulfillment, achieving your goals, sharing your gifts with the world, and living a life of purpose, passion, and fulfillment. It's about integrating those shadows, releasing those limiting beliefs, and embracing your full potential. It's about taking the lessons that you've learned along the way and using them to create an even better future for yourself and for the world. And I'm getting a really strong feeling that this is a time of major transformation for you, you know. You're on the verge of something incredible, something that's going to completely change your life. So embrace this opportunity with open arms, trust in yourself, and know that you have the strength, the courage, and the resilience to achieve anything that you set your mind to. And don't forget to have fun along the way. Life is too short to be serious all the time. So laugh, dance, sing, and do whatever makes you happy. And always remember that you are loved, you are supported, and you are capable of amazing things. So go out there and create your own world. You got this. Okay, wow, that was intense. I feel like I need to take a nap now. But seriously, this is such an amazing reading, and I'm so excited for you and all the amazing things that are coming your way. You are truly blessed, and you have so much to offer the world. So go out there and shine your light. The world needs you. Okay, deep breaths. here we go. So after all that amazing energy, like after the Fool leaping, the Page of Wands creating, and the world like just bam right, we get the Six of Swords. Okay, so, like on the surface, the Six of Swords is about transitions, you know. It's about moving from one place to another, usually, like leaving behind some choppy waters and heading towards calmer seas. You often see that little boat, right, going toward a more serene shore. Like picturing it, it's literally like, okay, I'm going to go on a trip to heal now. But like, it's not always that simple, is it? Because here's the thing, right? With the black obsidian and the shadow work theme, it's like, this isn't just about a physical journey. This is about a journey, you know. Like, it's about leaving behind old patterns, old beliefs, old ways of being that are no longer serving you. It's about moving towards a more healed, more authentic version of yourself. So it's like you're going to go heal all the expletive. But like, here's the kicker, right? Sometimes those old patterns, those old beliefs, they're comfortable, you know. They're familiar. Even if they're not good for us, they're what we know. And leaving them behind can be scary, can be sad, can be like a real expletive drag, you know. So like this card, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, even if it seems like it should be all sunshine and rainbows, because the world was just like major accomplishment vibes. This card is saying, okay, you're on the right path, but it's not going to be easy. There's going to be some expletive that you have to deal with along the way. It's almost like you're being asked to make the conscious decision to go heal, when sometimes it's easier to sit in the expletive, right? And like, that's where the shadow work comes in. Because a lot of times we cling to those old patterns because they're tied to our shadows, you know. They're tied to our fears, our insecurities, our traumas. It's like, oh, I'm afraid to be happy because then something bad will happen. Or, I'm afraid to be successful because then people will be jealous of me. Or, I'm afraid to be loved because then I'll get hurt. Like, those are the kinds of things that can hold us back from moving forward, even when we know that it's the right thing to do. So like, the Six of Swords is asking you to be really honest with yourself about what you're leaving behind. What are those old patterns? What are those old beliefs? What are those fears? And like, what are you going to do to release them? Because here's the thing, right? You can't just ignore them. You can't just pretend they're not there. They're going to keep popping up until you actually deal with them. It's like, imagine you are literally sitting on a boat, but you have anchors attached to you. And it's like, yes, you're moving, but it's taking an expletive ton of effort. And like, you're going to be exhausted by the time you get to shore. So this is about cutting the ties from the anchors. So like, the Six of Swords is all about consciously choosing to release those anchors so you can move forward with more ease and grace. And like, that's not always easy, right? It takes courage. It takes vulnerability. It takes like a willingness to face your own expletive, you know. But like, you've got this. You've already come so far. You've already taken that leap of faith with the Fool. You've already started channeling your energy with the Page of Wands. You've already achieved so much with the world. You are so close to doing this. Like, the Six of Swords is just a little nudge, a little reminder that there's still some work to be done. There's still some healing to be done, but you are capable of doing it. You are strong enough. You are worthy of it. And like, here's the thing, right? You don't have to do it alone. The Six of Swords often shows people in the boat, right? It's like, you don't have to row this boat all by yourself. You can ask for help. You can lean on your friends, your family, your therapist, your spirit guides, whoever, or even a tarot reader. There are people who are willing to support you on this journey. You just have to be willing to ask. And like, I'm getting a really strong feeling that this is related to your twin flame journey, you know. The whole reading is about that, so it would have to be right. It's like, what old patterns, what old beliefs are you holding onto that are preventing you from fully connecting with your twin flame? Are you afraid of getting hurt? Are you afraid of being vulnerable? Are you afraid of being rejected? Like, what's going on there? Because, like, here's the thing, right? Twin flame relationships are all about healing. They're all about growth. They're all about challenging you to become the best version of yourself. And like, that means facing your shadows. It means confronting your fears. It means releasing those old patterns that are no longer serving you. So, like, the Six of Swords is asking you to take a really honest look at your relationship with your twin flame and, like, see what needs to be healed, what needs to be released, what needs to be forgiven. And like, this isn't just about your twin flame, it's also about you, you know. What are you bringing to the table? What are you contributing to the relationship? Are you being your authentic self? Are you being honest about your needs and your desires? Because, like, here's the thing, right? You can't have a healthy relationship with your twin flame if you're not healthy yourself. You have to be willing to do the work on yourself. You have to be willing to heal your own expletive before you can fully connect with another person. So, like, the Six of Swords is asking you to prioritize your own healing, to prioritize your own growth, to prioritize your own well-being. And like, that's not selfish, you know. That's actually the most loving thing you can do, both for yourself and for your twin flame. Because, like, when you heal yourself, you're also healing your relationship. You're also creating space for more love, more intimacy, more connection. And like, that's what this whole journey is all about, right? It's about coming together in love and creating something beautiful and meaningful in the world. So, like, the Six of Swords is just a reminder that there's still some work to be done. But you are capable of doing it. You are strong enough. You are worthy of it. And like, don't be afraid to ask for help along the way. There are people who are willing to support you on this journey. You just have to be willing to ask. And like, I'm getting a really strong feeling that this is going to be a major turning point for you, you know. Once you release those old patterns, once you heal those old wounds, you're going to be able to move forward with so much more ease and grace. You're going to be able to fully connect with your twin flame. You're going to be able to create the life that you've always dreamed of. So, embrace this transition. Embrace this change. Embrace this healing. You are on the right path. You are being guided. You are loved. And I know it's not always easy, but you've got this. You've got the strength, the courage, and the resilience to overcome any obstacles that come your way. Just keep moving forward, one step at a time, and trust that the universe has your back. And another thing to consider is what specifically are the choppy waters you're leaving behind? It's not enough to just say old patterns, right? Dig deeper. Are these choppy waters a toxic work environment? Are they a draining friendship? Are they a negative self-talk habit? Are they a fear of vulnerability? The more specific you can get, the better you'll be able to understand what this card is really telling you. And once you identify those choppy waters, then you can start to create a plan for how to navigate them, how to leave them behind, how to move towards calmer seas. And that plan might involve setting boundaries. It might involve having difficult conversations. It might involve making some major life changes. But whatever it involves, it's going to be worth it in the end. Because you deserve to be in calm waters. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be healthy. And the Six of Swords is just a reminder that you have the power to create that for yourself. You have the power to leave those choppy waters behind and move towards a brighter future. You just have to be willing to take the necessary steps. And I'm getting a feeling that this might involve some travel, The Six of Swords is often associated with travel, either physical or metaphorical. So, maybe you need to take a trip to clear your head. Maybe you need to move to a new city to start fresh. Maybe you need to take a journey inward to explore your own psyche. Whatever it is, it's going to involve some kind of movement, some kind of change of scenery. And that change of scenery can be really helpful in breaking those old patterns and creating new ones. It can give you a fresh perspective on things. It can help you see things in a new light. It can help you connect with your inner self in a deeper way. So, if you've been feeling stuck lately, consider taking a trip, even if it's just a short one. Get out of your comfort zone. Explore new places. Meet new people. You might be surprised at what you discover. And I'm also getting a feeling that this might involve some learning, The Six of Swords can also represent a journey of learning, a journey of expanding your knowledge and understanding. So, maybe you need to take a class. Maybe you need to read a book. Maybe you need to listen to a podcast. Whatever it is, it's going to involve some kind of intellectual stimulation, some kind of expansion of your mind. And that expansion of your mind can be really helpful in breaking those old patterns and creating new ones. It can help you see things from a different perspective. It can help you understand yourself and the world around you in a deeper way. It can help you connect with your inner wisdom. So, if you've been feeling stagnant lately, consider taking some time to learn something new. Explore a new subject. Read a new book. Listen to a new podcast. You might be surprised at what you discover. And I'm also getting a feeling that this might involve some forgiveness. The Six of Swords can also represent a journey of forgiveness, a journey of letting go of resentment and anger. So, maybe you need to forgive someone who has hurt you in the past. Maybe you need to forgive yourself for your own mistakes. Maybe you need to forgive the universe for not giving you what you wanted. Whatever it is, it's going to involve some kind of release of negative emotions, some kind of letting go of the past. And that forgiveness can be really helpful in breaking those old patterns and creating new ones. It can help you heal old wounds. It can help you move forward with more ease and grace. It can help you connect with your inner peace. So, if you've been holding on to any resentment or anger lately, consider taking some time to forgive. Forgive yourself. Forgive others. Forgive the universe. You might be surprised at how much lighter you feel. And I'm also getting a feeling that this might involve some self-care. The Six of Swords can also represent a journey of self-care, a journey of prioritizing your own well-being. So, maybe you need to take a break from work. Maybe you need to spend more time in nature. Maybe you need to get more sleep. Whatever it is, it's going to involve some kind of nurturing of your own body, mind, and spirit. And that self-care can be really helpful in breaking those old patterns and creating new ones. It can help you reduce stress. It can help you improve your mood. It can help you connect with your inner self. So, if you've been feeling overwhelmed lately, consider taking some time for self-care. Take a bath, read a book, go for a walk. You might be surprised at how much better you feel. And I'm also getting a feeling that this might involve some creativity. The Six of Swords can also represent a journey of creativity, a journey of expressing yourself in new and meaningful ways. So, maybe you need to start painting. Maybe you need to start writing. Maybe you need to start dancing. Whatever it is, it's going to involve some kind of tapping into your inner artist, some kind of expressing your unique self. And that creativity can be really helpful in breaking those old patterns and creating new ones. It can help you release pent-up emotions. It can help you connect with your inner child. It can help you find joy and fulfillment. So, if you've been feeling uninspired lately, consider taking some time to be creative. Paint a picture. Write a poem. Dance to your favorite song. You might be surprised at what you create. And I'm also getting a feeling that this might involve some spirituality. The Six of Swords can also represent a journey of spirituality, a journey of connecting with something bigger than yourself. So, maybe you need to meditate. Maybe you need to pray. Maybe you need to spend more time in nature. Whatever it is, it's going to involve some kind of connecting with your inner guidance, some kind of trusting in the universe. And like that spirituality can be really helpful in breaking those old patterns and creating new ones. It can help you find meaning and purpose in your life. It can help you connect with your inner peace. It can help you trust that everything is happening for a reason. So, if you've been feeling lost lately, consider taking some time to connect with your spirituality. Meditate, pray, spend time in nature. You might be surprised at what you discover. And like all of these things, travel, learning, forgiveness, self-care, creativity, spirituality, they're all tools that you can use to navigate the choppy waters and move towards calmer seas. They're all ways to release those old patterns and create new ones. They're all ways to heal yourself and connect with your inner self. So don't be afraid to experiment with different tools and see what works best for you. And remember that this is a journey, not a destination. There will be ups and downs along the way. There will be times when you feel like you're making progress and times when you feel like you're going backwards. But the key is to just keep moving forward, one step at a time, and to trust that the universe has your back. And I know it's not always easy, but you've got this. You've got the strength, the courage, and the resilience to overcome any obstacles that come your way. Just keep believing in yourself. Keep trusting in the process. And keep moving towards the life that you deserve. And I'm so excited to see what unfolds for you. I know you're going to do great things. Just remember to be kind to yourself along the way and to celebrate your successes, no matter how small they may seem, because you deserve it. You deserve all the good things that are coming your way. So, go out there and create the life that you've always dreamed of. You've got this. I believe in you. Okay, so we know this is about leaving something behind, right? But it's what if it's not something bad? What if it's something that was actually good for you at one point, but it's just not serving you anymore? Maybe it's a job that you used to love, but now it's just draining you. Maybe it's a relationship that was really fulfilling for a while, but now it's just run its course. Maybe it's a hobby that you used to be passionate about, but now it just feels like a chore. Sometimes we have to let go of things that were once good for us in order to make room for something even better. And that can be really hard, you know. It can feel like we're betraying ourselves or betraying the past. But the Six of Swords is telling you that it's okay to let go. It's okay to move on. It's okay to create space for something new. Because, here's the thing, right? The universe is always evolving, and we need to evolve with it. We can't stay stuck in the past. We can't cling to things that are no longer serving us. We have to be willing to let go and trust that something even better is waiting for us on the other side. And that's where the faith comes in, you know. It takes faith to let go of something that you know. It takes faith to step into the unknown. It takes faith to trust that the universe has your back. But you've got that faith. You've already shown it with the Fool. You've already shown it with the Page of Wands. You've already shown it with the World. You have the faith to let go of what's no longer serving you and to move towards a brighter future. So, trust that faith. Trust your intuition. Trust the universe. And know that you are being guided every step of the way. And I'm getting a really strong feeling that this is going to lead to something really amazing for you. Something that you can't even imagine right now. So, be open to the possibilities. Be open to the surprises. Be open to the magic. Because the universe is full of magic. And it's just waiting to be unleashed in your life. So, go out there and claim it. Go out there and create it. Go out there and live it. You've got this. I believe in you. And remember that the journey is just as important as the destination. So, don't be so focused on getting to the end that you forget to enjoy the ride. Savor the moments. Appreciate the lessons. Connect with the people you meet along the way. Because those are the things that are going to make the journey meaningful. Those are the things that are going to make the destination even sweeter. So, relax, breathe, and trust that you are exactly where you need to be. And that everything is happening exactly as it should be. And I'm so grateful to be a part of your journey. I'm so honored to be able to share these insights with you. And I'm so excited to see what unfolds for you in the future. You are a bright light in this world, and you have so much to offer. So, go out there and shine. Go out there and make a difference. Go out there and be you. Because the world needs you. The world needs your gifts. The world needs your love. So, don't hold back. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you. You are powerful. You are capable. You are worthy. So, go out there and claim your power. Go out there and live your truth. Go out there and be the best version of yourself. You've got this. I believe in you. And okay, I'm feeling like we need to talk more about the practical side of this, Because sometimes these readings can feel a little abstract, a little woo-woo. So, let's get real for a minute. What does this actually look like in your day-to-day life? If you're trying to leave behind a toxic work environment, what are the concrete steps you need to take? Do you need to update your resume? Do you need to start networking? Do you need to apply for new jobs? Break it down into manageable steps. And then start taking those steps one by one. And don't be afraid to ask for help along the way. Talk to your friends, your family, your mentors. Get their advice. Get their support. And if you're trying to let go of a draining relationship, what does that look like? Do you need to have a difficult conversation? Do you need to set some boundaries? Do you need to create some space? Be honest with yourself about what you need. And then communicate those needs to the other person. And if you're trying to break a negative self-talk habit, what does that look like? Do you need to start practicing affirmations? Do you need to start challenging your negative thoughts? Do you need to start being kinder to yourself? Be patient with yourself. It takes time to change old habits, but it is possible. And whatever it is that you're trying to leave behind, remember to be gentle with yourself. Remember to be compassionate. remember to be forgiving. Because you're not perfect. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to stumble. You're going to fall. But that's okay. That's part of the journey. The key is to just keep getting back up. Keep learning from your mistakes. Keep moving forward. And know that you are loved. You are supported. And you are capable of amazing things. So, don't give up on yourself. Don't lose hope. Don't let anything stop you. You've got this. I believe in you. And okay, I think I've said everything I need to say about the Six of Swords for now. But I'm still feeling this energy of transition, this energy of change, this energy of healing. And I'm so excited to see what's next for you. I'm so excited to see what the next card is going to reveal. So, are you ready? Are you ready to take the next step on this journey? Because I am. I'm so ready. Let's do it. Okay, wow, that Six of Swords really brought some stuff up, right? All that heavy energy of leaving behind the old, moving toward the new. I'm feeling it. You're probably feeling it. But okay, are you ready for this? Because, the next card we have is the Eight of Swords. Okay, so, after all that forward movement, all that momentum, all that achieving, all that journeying toward better things, we get the Eight of Swords. I'm not gonna lie, this card can be a little bit of a bummer, you know. It's not the most uplifting card in the deck. But it's important because it's showing us something that we need to see, something that we need to address. It's it's not all sunshine and roses all the time, right? There are going to be times when we feel stuck, when we feel trapped, when we feel we can't move forward. And the Eight of Swords is all about that feeling. It's about those moments when we feel we're surrounded by limitations, when we feel we don't have any choices, when we feel we're at the mercy of our circumstances. But here's the thing, right? The Eight of Swords isn't necessarily about external limitations. It's not necessarily about being trapped by other people or by outside forces. More often than not, it's about self-imposed limitations. It's about the limitations